I don't recognize you anymore.
Choking on the splinters.
What up, everyone? Happy motherfucking Friday. Hope we're doing great. I'm a loser, baby. This is the vibe for today. You know what? I'm just a loser. Why don't you kill me? Kill me. Talk about some lyrics. Anyway, hi. Another song Glee ruined for me. Look, as much as I was a Glee fan back in the day, I will admit there are songs that Glee kind of destroyed. Hold on a second. Hi, TT. Life of a shofar. Life of a shofar. Anyway, how's it going? How's it going, everyone? Scale of 1 to 69. How's everybody feeling? I would say I'm at like a 50. Let's talk about lyrics. Would you like your friends canceled? You know what I will say? Okay, real quick. Let me pause the music. Aaron, thank you for the 8 months. Prio, thank you for the 7 months. I will say this latest album of Taylor Swift's has actually made me appreciate her other work more. Because this album just feels so kind of sloppy, and like maybe we don't need to be putting out albums so quickly, you know? Maybe we don't need to put out, I think she's put out 111 songs since 2020. It's too many, I think. I think it's too much. But because this was supposed to be a return, this is supposed to be a return to, as she herself said, like pop melodies that are so catchy it'll drive you crazy, and it was really not that. It's made me appreciate like her other bangers that I do love, you know, like Max Martin, especially like because Max Martin worked on this album. Blank Space, you know, those kinds of banger tracks that I go, yeah, see, you've had much better work. And so in comparing this album to that, it's also made me realize her work that I do like, and is not this album. Is not this. Yeah, you didn't know how good I didn't know how good we had it with TTPS. When it came out, it was like, okay, this is a lot. So we're not going to go through the album top down. I will listen to a couple songs, mostly just give my overall thoughts. Which is that I do not think this is a good album. In fact, I think it may be one of her worst, if not her worst. And I feel like she's at an impasse now where she's reached the top of the mountain. Taylor Swift has conquered the mountain. She is the most successful pop artist in the world. She's a billionaire 2 times over. She has met the love of her life. She's getting married. She has everything. And yet, I think that is posing a problem for her now, because overall, this album gave me like very kind of embarrassing millennial trying to be Gen Z vibes, like trying to be a return to form, but really missing the mark. Lyrically, I thought it was so weak. I thought it was so weak. And I just think like it seems that she's trying to go back to like pulling content from her life. And I don't think there's anything to pull. And I think for a long time, Taylor felt really relatable to her fans when she would sing about, you know, things that a lot of people experience, like heartbreak and boys and loss and just kind of, you know, being a girl. I don't know. And I think the relatability that Taylor Swift had in a lot of her earlier work that drew people to her is no longer there. Because how can you be the gigantic phenom that Taylor is, to be a billionaire, to have it all, and still try and do the like, woe is me kind of vibes? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And the lyrics in Canceled they hurt me. They hurt me. The song Eldest Daughter didn't connect with you. Okay, I'm going to say something, and I have to say, I think Taylor's song Eldest Daughter put the nail in the coffin on this. We have to stop, and I say this as an eldest daughter, we have to stop treating eldest daughters as an oppressed class, okay? I think other people have sung about eldest daughters in a better way. I do think officially it's over. We can't keep doing this. Eldest daughters, we cannot keep appropriating this oppressed class title for them. Enough is enough. Okay. Also, eldest daughter specifically gave me the vibe of we are the daughters of the witches that you couldn't burn. Like very 2010s. I mean, alongside other lyrics like girl bossing too close to the sun, just her feverish use of the word canceled. And the funniest thing about Taylor Swift singing about eldest daughters, she's the only daughter. She has one brother. Here's the other thing about being an eldest daughter. If you're going to try and claim any kind of oppression or just birth order difficulties being the oldest, you have to at least have a middle sibling. Okay. There's got to at least be 3. And I think there has to be another daughter, otherwise we're getting into stolen valor territory. She has one brother. She's the only daughter, and she has, and yet is singing about eldest daughter. Let me pull up the lyrics here. Okay, here we'll go to Life of a Showgirl. Like even just okay. Sometimes I gotta say. Sometimes I'll see lyrics like this and I go, how the fuck is this even set to music? Everybody's so punk on the internet. Everybody's unbothered till they're not. Every joke's just trolling and memes. Sad as it seems, apathy is hot. Sometimes like some of the screenshots that I've seen of lyrics from this album, I just go, how could that possibly even be set to music? Like a melody. Like I just so much of it is giving how do you do fellow kids? No. Cutie did not eat this up. No. So I was sitting there after I finished stream. I went into her stream. The first thing I see is this. And she was listening to the song Wish List. And then she was doing this. There was a lot of this. There was a lot of this. There was a lot of like a lot of just trying to find something in the lyrics that would speak to her, that felt like at all poetic. And I was watching her struggle. And she said, she was like, I still love Taylor Swift. I still love her as an artist. This doesn't change that. But she definitely had heat. She definitely had criticism for this album, which I respect her for that. Because here's the thing. If you are a true fan of someone, you should be able to do that. You should be able to identify when an album or a work of theirs is not up to speed, it ain't it. Okay. You have to be critical as a fan, because if you just eat up everything they give you, then you're not actually analyzing the work and determining like what it is. If everything is great, then nothing is great. If everything's a 10 out of 10, then nothing's a 10 out of 10. Like, you're not engaging with this work. You're just surface level letting it glaze over you. So I really think that if you are a fan of someone, same if you're a fan of a filmmaker, right? If there's a director you love, you're not going to be like, oh, every single movie, 10 out of 10, perfect. No notes, nothing. You probably have a ranking, and there are probably films of theirs that don't hit the mark, okay? That you're like, this is weak. This is weak. This is weaker than what they're known to be able to produce, to create. And so with artists, with musicians, especially when it's someone like Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, who has so much music, this is her 12th album. She's only 35 years old. This is her 12th album. Since 2020, she's put out 111 songs. She was just on tour for 2 years. This woman doesn't stop. She's constantly putting music out, and it's too much. And the thing is, as a fan, I think you have to not gobble everything up, because that also incentivizes Taylor. Let's not act as if she's putting this music out because she's doing her fans a favor. It's about money, okay? Because people eat it up. They just, every single thing she gives them. If it had 200 songs, they would eat up everything and be like, this is the greatest ever. And so because of that quantity, I think it's weakening her work. So as someone I'm not a big fan of Taylor, but if you are like, I'm the biggest Taylor Swift fan, you actually, I think, should be pushing back on this trend of just dumping music, because I think it's having an effect on the quality of the work. And also because you as a fan should really actively be engaging with it and be differentiating between the Taylor Swift sounds, the lyrics that actually are great and are, the what makes Taylor great as an artist for you, versus what is her work that is missing the mark and why. I think you should be able to know why something doesn't hit the mark. Why it's like you know what? Okay, I understand what they were trying to go for here, but this actually is unfortunately not striking it's not hitting the notes like she usually does, or this is not the lyricism that that is what drew me to this artist. What's the vibe? What's the vibe of the album? So it's very breezy. It is it's supposed to be a return to like really catchy melodies, breezy pop. I would say like it's definitely got a lot of soft rock vibes. It's the type of music, honestly, it's the type of album that I think if you were just to listen to in the background, you don't think about it, you don't try to go below the surface at all, you can enjoy it. If you try and like, and here's the thing, Taylor has like trained her fans to dig deep into her work, right? She's the queen of Easter eggs, numerology. Like Taylor Swift fans love to dive into every single word. How, the structuring of the melodies and the harmonies and all that good stuff. And this album, I think you can't do that. You can't. And some people are being like, oh, so what? We can't have fun. And it's like, okay, I see a lot of you same fans like shit on fans of other pop artists because you're like, they're not as deep as Taylor. But now you're over here being like, wait, so I can't just enjoy music. And it's like, look, no one's saying you can't just enjoy music, but you also have to be okay with people not liking a fucking album, with people pointing out also why they don't like the album, why it's not doing it for them. And that's a major problem when you reach, it's a problem that occurs when you are not really actually critically engaging with the work of someone that you like, is you'll always find an excuse as to why they are immune from criticism, why there is to be no word spoken that is at all negative. And it means that no one is allowed to not like something. Hey. Okay. Anyway. It is okay if your fave artist has a bad album. The other thing too is like these lyrics in this song ain't working with the piano vibe, with the slow kind of melodic sound. No, I'm not listening to the whole album. I'm just pointing some stuff out. And sometimes there are words that, okay, how do I explain this? Actually, I saw somebody else describe it in a way that I think I can't describe better. Sometimes a lot of times when Taylor Swift curses or when she talks about sex, it feels like a Mormon saying a swear word for the first time, because Taylor, for a lot of her career, has been very prim and proper, because she, I would say one issue that I'm seeing, a glaring issue that I'm seeing, especially with this album, is a bit of Arrested Development, where Taylor has been famous since she was 15 years old. And so a lot of things that she would have learned or how she would have developed didn't happen the way it would for most people, because she's been in the spotlight for so long, because she has been, it's like she has a very carefully crafted image. Oh my God. Farley! Jesus! What is happening? Farley! Are you giving your opinion? Come here. Over here. Come on. Okay, you want... Come on. No. Get over here. Get your booty over here. Get over here. Come on. Come here. Okay, stop barking though. Oh my God. He's really mad. He's really mad that I'm not, that I didn't like the album. I had some Swiftie friends saying maybe Joe Alwyn deserves more credit for his songwriting on past albums. I saw people saying that as well. Can I also keep it? Okay, wait. Actually, I'll wait until we get to the song about Travis. Joel, thank you for the 18 months. Chloe, thank you for the 7 months. Iba, thank you for the 14 months. Jade, thank you for the 7 months. I think another major problem on the album is it's so random. Okay, there's no cohesive storytelling. There is no really rhyme or reason. It sounds like she's just kind of trying to do what she's always done on past albums, but it's really like sticky. It feels it just doesn't really make much sense. And thematically, I don't get it. And before anyone's like, when she's talking about a showgirl, she means herself. Well, I think the problem maybe is that there's not enough anymore about Taylor Swift to keep writing songs, like trying to take content from her own life. I think what else is there? And so I think it could, and I said this when I was watching Cutie, I said this in her chat, like, Taylor Swift is not the first pop girl to do a theme like this. Okay. Nicki Minaj, Jesus Christ. Sorry to my queen, Kylie. Kylie Minogue had an entire Showgirl tour, which was her 8th concert tour, and it was Showgirl, the greatest hits. Miley in her latest album just had a bit of a Showgirl vibe. So this is a recurring theme. And I think Taylor is in such a unique position of having been famous for 20 years. She's at this point where it's not that she's not washed up. She's more famous than she's ever been, like truly has climbed the mountain. And instead of reflecting on really just kind of just more interesting stuff, like being now a 30-something woman, and maybe, everything else around her has changed, but she doesn't feel like whatever it is. Okay. Whatever she gets into, there's just no realizations here. There's no maturing here. There's no really reflecting back on her life and her career. And instead, it just feels a lot like she's still in high school. She feels like the girl you went to high school with who never left the town you grew up in and is just peaked in high school. Taylor Swift wrote these lyrics, that's really bad. If Taylor Swift wrote these lyrics, that's really bad. If ChatGPT did it, that's really, really bad. But if Travis did it, I'm kind of proud of him. I was thinking that too. I was like, what if Travis is an uncredited writer on the album? What if Travis actually gave a lot of input, which is why a lot of the lyrics and songs sound the way that they do. But what is that line? Every eldest daughter was the first lamb to the slaughter. So we all dressed up as wolves and we looked fire. But I'm not a bad bitch and this isn't savage. It just doesn't work. Do you think she wrote about apathy and meme trolls just because she's concerned about the rise in shootings in the age? No, girl. You're... No, this is about her. I so appreciate that you are trying to apply something that is a lot deeper than it actually is. That was the second option. Yeah, your second option was correct. Okay, and then here is the song about Travis Kelce.
Daisy's bare naked, I was distraught. He loves me not. He loves me not. And he's unlucky, I took him back. And then stepped on a crack. Black hat, black.
Can I say, and I've seen this take a lot, so this is not just solely an original take from me. I saw a lot of people, including Swifties, say a lot of this album sounds like when people make fun of Taylor Swift songs, when they do a parody of Taylor Swift music, it's what it sounds like. And I saw a lot of her fans being like, how are we supposed to push back on that when we have this album now? Where it really does sound like somebody who's doing a parody of a Taylor Swift album. Life of a
You
Sugar.
and me, hand in hand like slow motion in the movies. I braid my hair just because I can. We stay up late and throw glitter in the air. Let's dance in the sun, 'cause we're wild and we're free. Dance in the moonlight while kissing in the ocean. I can see you in my dreams. Let's go get some ice cream and we'll stay up late again. Throw more glitter in the air.
Yeah, and then Sam sent me Also, her rhythm and rhyme sound kind of like shit. It seems like she's attempting to fit lines into rhyming pairs, but the actual rhyme is in a different point in the line, so it ends up sounding like she's rushing the rest of the syllables. It's also why, like, when I saw just the lyrics on their own, I went, I don't know how you set this to a melody. I just think the lyrical choreography has become stale. It's very hackneyed, you know, it's very just overdone. And I'm going to say this a million times, but she puts out too much music. And so it's, how can you, nobody, I don't even think that this is just specific to Taylor, but I think this is a problem with kind of the state of, feels kind of the state of pop, where when we're just churning out albums, when we're just like feeding our giant fandoms and we know that they'll buy up anything that we give them and they will eat it with a silver spoon, it's just going to get repetitious. It's going to get stale. It's not going to be exciting. It's not going to be interesting. And so it's just too much. It's too much.
To Vegas last.
This girl put this out before the album. These were her predictions.
Time. I'm mixing glitter with the red wine. Call it burlesque because I'm such a mess. I only feel pretty in the spotlight. Sports fans got me fucked up, but my man's got me locked up. See me in my show once more before you go. String of pearls longer
For as careful as Taylor Swift was about those leaks, it seems like those leaks got out.
than your apology. Call attention, I call it biology. Martini glasses and kissing in the moonlight. My better judgment is putting up a good fight. Loving him was red, but being on his podcast was orange.
Was orange. Like, what? Okay, back to Wood, the song about Travis Kelce. This is why Adele's my goat, because her music has aged like fine wine. Music functions as a moment of reflection of her. All the lyricism on this new album was so childish. Adele also, every album she puts out is the title of her age at that time that she created those songs. Like at the time that she created that album, she titles the album her age. And Adele is not afraid of growing up. Adele is not afraid of maturing and taking, you know, where she is at in her current life, and that reflecting in her work. Like, she embraces that. And I think that is, I think she is an artist who you can also grow up with, because she's not trying to make music still for 20-year-olds. She's like, okay, yeah, once upon a time I was 20, and like I still probably have a lot of fans who are 20, but I'm not focusing on my music always speaking to 20-year-olds.
And baby, I've been a little superstitious. Fingers crossed until you put your hand on mine. Seems to be that you and me, we make our own luck. A bad sign, it's all good. I ain't gotta knock on wood.
And I think, like, okay, I think music wise, like, this is a fun pre-chorus. Like, it's a fun melody. But the lyrics are so bad.
It sounds cocky, tires me and open.
And the other thing too, it's like, girl, if you're gonna try to be now like the sexy, mature Taylor, say dick. What's the problem? Also, it kind of seems like maybe she's trying to imbibe a little bit of Sabrina, but like the reason that it works for Sabrina is because Sabrina's like she's fun with it. She's not afraid to like sing, be cheeky and have a twinkle in her eye and be horny. And Sabrina is very camp. Like Sabrina embraces the camp. And so if you're going with this kind of vibe, I think you have to just go for it. And honestly, the lyrics here feel like this feels chat GPT generated. It does. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. He amatized me and opened my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened my eyes. Just say penis, you can't.
My eyes.
Also, they'll defend one of the lyrics coming from a Twitter joke, the Redwood part. It's like, okay, but I shouldn't have to know about a tweet to find a lyric good. It should stand on its own. Yeah, you shouldn't have you shouldn't need to have inside baseball knowledge for something to work. Like this is just lyrically very juvenile. Lyrically very juvenile. One criticism I have is that it feels like Olivia and Sour, like a bit juvenile with the quasi swearing and dirty talk. The difference being though that Olivia Rodrigo is 21. Olivia Rodrigo is not 35. And Olivia's been doing this for a couple years now. And her audience, like, I went to her concert. I went to Olivia's concert. I know what that audience is. But there are a lot of Taylor Swift fans, not to mention that Taylor Swift herself is 35, but like there's a lot of older Taylor Swift fans. And so, as she said, I know my age and I act like it.
Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened my eyes.
Like, girls, I don't need to catch the bouquet to know a hard rock is on the way. I just have to say too, maybe Travis Kelce is not the muse that she needs, but it's the one that she ended up with. And I do fear, for Taylor Swift fans like Cutie who don't care about her personal life. Cutie does not care about Travis Kelce. She's not invested in that. And she also does not like the songs that she has written about Travis Kelce. I fear that now that Taylor is settling down, she is no longer with these like wispy, dramatic British boys who she's writing about on like Folklore and, you know, Evermore, etc. Now she's got the captain of the football team, right? She's got the captain of the football team who's got a big penis. And that's why it's like she's going to have to move away from, I think, pulling content from her personal life, because I don't think it's going to make for any type of profound lyricism. At this point, you might as well just take Travis Kelce's tweets. You know, you might as well throw squirrel up in there. Hashtag haha. I mean, is that any different than girl bossing Too Close to the Sun? Someone on TikTok said that this album lacks any hunger and it's Taylor just knowing her fans will eat it up anyways. Yeah, I think that's the vibe that I got as well. She's going to have to cheat. She's going to have an affair with Willem Dafoe. She's going to have, because the funny thing too is like Elizabeth Taylor is the second track on the album. Elizabeth Taylor, who famously was married 8 times by the time she lay on her deathbed and breathed her last breath. Elizabeth Taylor had like one of the greatest love stories, but also like so dramatic and so such a fixture in the media at the time. She was very messy. She was very, very messy. And I don't think Taylor's messiness is going to be matching up.
Girls, I don't need to catch the
Groovylicious, thank you for your ones. Joel, thank you for the gifted.
rock is on the way. And baby, I'll admit I've been a little superstitious. The curse on me was broken by your magic wand. Seems to me that you and me, we make our own luck. You hide manhood, I gotta.
This just feels like a song I would hear in Target shopping in shopping in the athletics section in 2009. I think it's not even that her lyric abilities are not, it's not even just that they're not maturing. It feels like she's going backwards.
Knock on wood. Only picture we see on a falling star. Never did me any good. I ain't got to knock on wood. It's you and me forever dancing in the dark. Over me, it's understood. I ain't got to knock on wood. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. Entice me and open my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened my thighs. Forgive me, it sounds cocky. Entice me and open my eyes. Redwood tree, it ain't hard to see. His love was the key that opened my thighs.
Okay, here's a song about Elizabeth Taylor.
Elizabeth Taylor, do you think it's forever? That view of Portofino was on my mind when you called me at the Plaza Athénée. Ooh, oftentimes it doesn't feel so glamorous to
I think, okay, here's what I also think about the album. I think the first couple songs are the strengths of the album, even though still what she's singing about, especially in this song when it's really giving it's really giving it's not so easy to be a billionaire. You think my life is so great, it's not that great. Whatever. And then it's really with Eldest Daughter. Which is the fifth track, that I think the album falls the fuck off. And there's not one song on this album that sticks out as a kind of major banger. Even on previous albums of hers, where maybe overall not a strong album, but still had at least one or two bona fide hits. And I think one problem is that a couple of the songs also sound way too similar to other pop songs. For instance, when we listen to Actually Romantic, it sounds like Where Is My Mind by the Pixies, which was a song that I played on the intro of my stream. And then Life of a Showgirl is giving Jonas Brothers.
be me. All the right guys promised they'd stay under bright lights. They withered away, but you blew. Portofino was on my mind. I think you know why. And if your letters ever said goodbye,
Satan, Stilius Goose, thank you for stepping by.
Elizabeth Taylor, tell me for real, do you think it's forever?
Like, I like the chorus on this.
But I never had to, and I can't have fun if I can't help. Be I am
don't understand this. Like, when Hollywood hates me, what are you? This doesn't make any sense. This almost feels like kind of a fantasy of being an underdog, which I think is also a problem that Taylor continues to have. She's not an underdog. She's not. She's the biggest pop star in the world. She can do anything she wants in Hollywood. A lot of people love Taylor Swift. So there is this like, there seems to be this fantasy of being seen as a villain, and that goes along with canceled, being like outcast, being, not having, it's, you know what this is? Because, like I said, Taylor is kind of trying to repeat. I think they are faint imitations of what she's done on past albums. And so I think Reputation, where she really got her, she really got to sink her claws in. And that was supposed to be like, here's the new Taylor Swift. Like, I'm done playing around. And like, this is a totally different era. Reputation was a lot better. We're no longer there. Like, you're no longer in this battle with Kanye West and Kim Kardashian, who are no longer together. And like, your reputation is, first of all, leagues beyond Kanye's. Kanye is truly persona non grata. Okay, Kanye is out here putting swastikas on t-shirts. Like, he is hated by Hollywood for good reason. Like, fuck Kanye West. So, and she wasn't the biggest pop star in the world then, but this just kind of, this feels like creating issues that aren't there anymore. Is this about her? It's about her performance in Cats. Maybe that's right. If she wanted to talk about something, it could be about everyone trying to get a piece of her and her clout. Like, that'd be interesting. That would be something to talk about. But this, Be My New York, When Hollywood Hates Me, You're Only As Hot As Your Last Hit, Baby. Is that why she's constantly putting out albums? I think people would have understood, well, at least a lot of us would have understood, if she didn't put an album out 10 months after she finished a 2-year tour.
Everything and nothing all at once. Hey, I would trade the Cartier for someone to trust. We hit the best move that was on friends. They say I'm bad news, I just say thanks. And you look at me like you're hypnotized, and I think you know why. And if you ever leave me high.
And then, like, Babe, I would trade. Oh, sorry. This is. Hold on. I gotta fix something here. Hello. Hello. Ooh. Ah. Jesus. Okay. Anyway, I also think in terms of relatability, there's none to be found. A lot of, another thing I noticed is how much she talks about, like, she mentions designer in this album, right? Like, I like my friends clad in Gucci and canceled. And Jesus, I feel like I'm going to sneeze again. Okay. Anyway, yes, I agree with you, Sky, that she could talk about, how everyone wants a piece of her. She could talk about, like, how it does feel to be number one and, like, the pressure of having to sustain that, and where do you go when you're at the top, right? Like, where do you go when you have reached the top? If you're going to flaunt designer, you have to be about, yeah, like Cartier and Gucci. Come on. Okay, anyway. Okay. And then so she has 2 diss tracks, but the one that everyone's talking about is actually Romantic. And Taylor describes Actually Romantic in the life of a showgirl theater event. Actually Romantic is a love letter to someone who hates you. Sometimes you don't know that you're a part of someone else's story, but you are. And then it's revealed to you through things they do. It's very overt. As I've gotten older, I've started to be like, oh my God, you've done so much with this. It's flattering. I don't hate you. I don't think about this, but thank you for all the effort. Honestly, wow, that's very sweet of you that you think about it this much, even if it's negative. In my industry, attention is attention, and you're giving me a lot of it. It's finally been done. Diss track worse than any of Drake's. Oh, we've got a new #1 diss track. Also, okay, and here's the thing about Taylor. All right. And I'm trying to be fair in my criticism. This is me like just analyzing, evaluating. Taylor is an artist who absolutely cares. And we know she cares because she writes a lot of music about how much she cares. So for her to say like, oh, I don't even think about you. Oh, like this is so sweet how much you think about me. I really don't care. You do care. You're Taylor Swift. That's kind of the epitome is like you caring about this kind of stuff. And anyway, so just a little bit more backstory on this is back in back when Charli released Brat, she has a song on the album called Sympathy. Sorry, Jesus Christ. Sympathy is a knife. Sympathy is a knife. Let me play that one first. Okay, so George is her husband. George is the drummer of 1975. 1975, of course, lead singer Matty Healy. Can I just say, too, I am so fucking tired of Matty Healy. Girls, to all the girls out there, enough with this man. Enough. There are too many songs about him. If this is about to be a beef between Taylor Swift and Charli XCX, which somehow involves Matty Healy, girls, enough. That man is not worth it. Girls, please. Not only the drummer, he produced most of the 1975 songs, he's the most important member. Okay, so that's her husband. That's George. And clearly this song, you can already get the sense, is about Charli XCX's, Charli's insecurities. And this is something that she has talked about often. She talks about how she hates that the industry pits women against each other, that she feels insecure when she is, when she's in a room with really successful people. And then, here, I'll just play some more of this. Also, this song is so good. I just... This song is not a diss track. This is about how she's insecure. This is her being like, I want to buy a gun and shoot myself.
her backstage at my boyfriend's show. Fingers crossed behind my back, I hope they break up quick.
Okay, so she says, don't want to see her backstage at my boyfriend's show. Fingers crossed behind my back. I hope they break up quick. Obviously, 1975, both of them were dating. I mean, Charlie's now married, but both of them were dating 1975 members. So clearly, like, this has to be. I do think she's referencing Taylor in this. Oh no! Multiple Fs? Multiple Fs! No, we need Brat! Oh no, my stream is being canceled because I girl boss too close to the sun. Okay. So again, nothing here has been confirmed. This is just all decoding life of a showgirl in also, sympathy is a knife. Are we still effing? Are we still fucked? Come on, please. Not today. Joel, thank you for another gifted. Snowwalker, thank you for the 6 months. It's still buffering. God damn it. Okay, and then also important, you're still effing girl. Also important context, Charlie XCX opened for Taylor when Taylor was was on tour for Reputation. So this was 7 years ago. Ugh, this is so annoying. This was 7 years ago when Charlie opened for Taylor. And at the time, she said she was very grateful. But she did also say it felt like she was getting up on stage and waving to 5-year-olds, which I think is very funny. I think it's very funny that Charlie XCX was like, I'm so grateful for this opportunity. But also it felt like the audience was so young. Oh no. Swifties they're coming for me. They're controlling my internet somehow. It just keeps pausing every 2 seconds. Let me. I don't know. I don't know what to do when it's being throttled like this. I've seen a few streams buffer like this today. Connor had the same thing earlier. Oh, you mean when he played Fortnite with Gavin Newsom? Come on, Twitch. Get it the fuck together. Come on, French Polynesia. Okay, TBH, Charlie's been dissing Taylor since Charlie opened for her on tour. Sympathy is a Knife is obviously the most visible aspect of it, but she's been fucked Taylor behind the scenes for years, but in public, she hasn't really done much shady shit. I haven't really seen much on that. Look, I don't think Charlie's above it. Charlie does kind of, she is chronically online. All right. She's definitely not an artist who stays away from drama. She's not as bad as she's not in Nicki Minaj world, but anyway. Okay. I think we're back. Great. I just have to say, too, if somebody wrote a song that was such a banger like this one, and it was about me, but it was about me in a way where it's like I couldn't even be her if I tried. Like, she's just, I would be like, I wouldn't look at this and be like, oh, the Coke's got you feeling brave, like you're talking shit. I don't see this as talking shit. I see this as somebody who feels like they can't even be in my presence. Oh my God, my chat is so far behind. Hold on. We're still talking about Gruesome Newsom. Here, let me restart this. Could it even be if I tried? Seems good now. Okay. Okay. All right. You're making me want to listen to Brat Chica. No, I know. Okay, so that is Sympathy for Knife. And now let me go back to Actually Romantic. So that is the song that a lot of people thought was written about Taylor. And then just other context. Taylor has publicly said that she's blown away by Charli's melodic sensibilities, that how good her writing is, how she's just been so consistent, and she takes her music to places that you wouldn't expect it to go. So Taylor has not said anything publicly to hint at feeling sour towards Charli. Okay. So
I heard you call me boring Barbie when the coke's got you brain. High fives my ex.
also, that's just funny. Boring Barbie.
And then you said you're glad he ghosted me. Wrote me a song saying it
But
makes you
maybe
sick.
that's because Maddie Healy fucking sucks.
See my face. Some people might be offended, but it's actually sweet.
Okay, so she says, wrote me a song saying it makes you sick to see my face. Some people might be offended, but it's actually sweet. If this is about sympathy, I think Taylor just completely misunderstood the song. I think she just totally misinterpreted it. Charli doesn't need coke to call her boring. The other thing is, it's like, really, girl, really? You're telling me that Brittany Mahomes ain't out here doing lines of coke? You haven't done coke? Really? I have a hard time believing that. It's just something about the like almost judgment, the kind of puritanical judgment about the cocaine when it's like, come on, oh my God. And also Charli, the vinyl on the album cover had cocaine on it. That's not even an insult to Charli to be like, oh, are you doing coke? Charli had cocaine be a part of her aesthetic. She literally put cocaine on the vinyl on the cover of Brat. There's no way you can try and insult her by being like, how's that coke going up your nose?
All the time you spent on me is honestly wild. All the effort you've put in, it's actually romantic. I really gotta hand it to you. Ooh, no man has ever loved me like you do. Hadn't thought of you in a long time, but you keep sending me funny valentines. And I know you think it comes off vicious, but
barking at me from a tiny purse. That's how much it hurts. I think she didn't misinterpret it. I think she just wanted to create fake beef. I mean, I will say, like, music-wise, I think this is one of the better songs. So maybe she should thank Charlie. Maybe she should thank her that this is actually one of the catchier songs on the album.
all the time.
Someone on Twitter said Taylor was singing like she didn't want to be there, and I hear it on these songs.
You've spent on me, honestly wild. All the effort you put in, it's actually romantic. I really gotta hand it to you. Ooh, no man has ever loved me like you do. You think I'm tacky, baby? Stop talking dirty to me. It sounded nasty, but it feels like you're flirting with me. I mind my business, God's my witness that I don't provoke it. It's kinda making me
Okay, like I said, it's like when a Mormon says a swear word for the first time. Taylor's saying it's kind of making me wet. She doesn't have that energy. She is not the type of artist who can sing the line, it's kind of making me wet, and it doesn't make you cringe a little. Like, it just, Charlie could sing that line because that's Charlie's vibe. She put fucking cocaine on a vinyl, okay? But Taylor, because she, and also, you know, a lot of like Taylor Swift fans, there's this very kind of prim and puritanical, like good girl type of thing. These words just feel inauthentic coming from Taylor. It just kind of makes you go, ooh.
actually sweet. All the time you spent on me, it's honestly lovely. All the effort you put in, it's actually romantic. Really gotta hand it to you. No man has ever loved me like you. It's actually romantic.
Can we please see what the Gaylors are saying about this? Oh, well, I will show you. I will show you. This is crazy. So the Rolling Stone review gave it 100, 5 out of 5 stars. Review, Taylor Swift conquers her biggest stage ever, which is why it's also hilarious to be like, Hollywood hates me. If you went to Rolling Stone's homepage, front and center, the biggest story, Taylor Swift's Life of a Showgirl, 5 stars. And remember the other day when I talked about the state of music criticism, my concerns about how a lot of music criticism now feels it feels just like marketing, and it feels like pandering, and it feels often like they just get people who are biased fans to write these pieces, and how they don't have the bite that they used to have. I mean, this is crazy. That's like, look, maybe you like the album, but really 5 out of 5 stars. Just perfect. Really? How is this even possible? Irish Times, you can't be serious with these scores. 100. Perfect score from Irish Times. Something Beautiful, Miley Cyrus's latest album, 40. Mayhem, Lady Gaga's latest album, 40. I also saw that initially I think Variety had given 100, and then it was at like 92. Variety gave it a 92. This is 100% not impartial journalism. This is paid marketing, and it's sad. Like, ugh. Man, and then it's okay. And then my thing too is when you have reviews like this, oh God, it's still effing. Come on, please. Maybe if you know what? 10 out of 10 album, perfect album. Maybe this will get my stream to stop buffering. Totally perfect. No notes. No complaints. Nothing. 5 out of 5. Yeah. Mayhem being given a 40. It's crazy. Come on, Twitch. Please. Why do you do this to me? Why? Okay. Ready for the song canceled. Even though it's effing. Now, that's not to say that every review was good. I did read some reviews that were quite scathing. As someone who this is their first album I've really heard, I'd give it a 6.5. It's decent enough, but nothing that blew me away like a Hayley Williams or Charlie. And yeah, I think that's acceptable to be like, do I think this was the worst album ever? No. Were there any juggernauts? Did it have the pop efficiency of previous Taylor Swift work? No. Was it lyrically interesting? No. Are we back? Please. Please. Okay, I'll look at that after. Please let me live. Crazy how Will's stream is fine. Yeah, well, you know what? He has to deal with no air conditioning, so the least that he can have is a steady stream. At least I don't have to deal with the heat like he does. Apparently they let a fan do the review. Oh, that's not surprising at all. Like that's how it's how it feels a lot of these publications. Like this is Rolling Stone magazine. And this is the type of review that we're getting. Okay. Here is Canceled.
You thought that it would be okay at first. The situation could be saved, of course, but they'd already picked out your grave and hers. Beware the wrath of masked crusaders. Did your girl boss too close to the sun? Did they catch you having far too much fun? Come with me when they see us still.
Okay, and again, this feels like a weak imitation of something that would be on Reputation. And in fact, I kind of wonder if this was I can't even talk. Killing me. It's killing my stream. It's killing my stream. And it's killing my soul. Your chat is like 2 minutes behind. All right, just refresh. Refresh. Is there a way for you to restart? I mean, the problem is like if I end my stream, I don't know if it's going to fix the problem. All right, just refresh your chat. Refresh your chat. Refresh your chat. All right. Okay. So, let me just start all over. As I was saying, Canceled sounds like a track that didn't make the cut for Reputation. Feels like it was kind of just in the files, right, of extra songs. And then she wrote this. It's hard to say. I mean, who knows if this is about even being half censored, you're still spitting facts. Who knows if this is about Blake Lively, if this is about Brittany Mahomes? Who knows? I will say, I do think that given the fact that she has been running around with MAGA people like Brittany, to have a song called Canceled, I get why people are kind of, it leaves a bad taste in their mouth. And also just the fact that she's like, also just the fact that she's singing about being canceled. Does it, wait, is it still delayed if you guys refresh chat? I don't know. Is it just a problem because it's F so many times that like I have to end stream? Syndic Llama, thank you for the 2 months. Is this chat issue? Okay, put a 1 here. Put a 1 in chat. Okay, my Chatterino is fine. Can you read this so if I know if it's delayed? Okay. Caroline, do you even listen to Taylor Swift? Why are we doing this? Well, one, because I'm a pop culture commentator and Taylor Swift is the #1 pop artist in the world. She's the biggest pop artist. When a Taylor Swift album comes out, it's always a major conversation. I listen to some Taylor Swift songs. I'm not like a major Taylor Swift fan, but I talk about like big moments that are happening in pop culture, which every time Taylor puts out an album, it's going to be that. They're tiny Fs. Oh my God. Half of okay, there's still ones coming in. Maybe it's mobile. Maybe if you're on mobile, maybe you got to close out and then come back in. This is like the worst it's ever been. Okay, I just refreshed. I'm back from the past. Okay. No, I'm on mobile and it's fine. What the heck? Happy birthday, Caroline. Wow, that's somebody who's 5 days. 5 days from the past. Okay, just keep refreshing. Never stop refreshing. Never stop refreshing. Just constantly refresh. NSR. Never stop refreshing. NSR. Never stop refreshing. ABR. Always be refreshing. ABR. Always be refreshing. Okay? Are you still making the pineapple upside down cake this stream? I'm waiting for someone to be like, oh my God, Caroline, your first stream. How exciting. Oh God. Yeah. Okay. All right. I saw you on Debate Lords and I wanted to check your stream out. No, I use an Ethernet cable. Is Will hosting? I don't even know what he's doing on stream. I don't know. Maybe it's that. Who knows? Who knows? I think he's playing Peak. Okay. Anyway, let me just keep trying to go. Let me just keep trying to get through this. I can't believe this is happening on the song Canceled. Okay, back to this fucking song.
Gray of masked crusaders. Did your girl boss too close to the sun? Did they catch you having far too much fun?
The other thing too with the lyrics, in 2025, people who are using the term girl boss, it's only with irony. And if it's not, then it's embarrassing. Like nobody says this anymore. And I think Taylor, the problem with trying to also always be trendy is that the trends are always changing and changing very quickly. The slang that people use on the internet is fast moving. Phrases and words that had a moment, like even saying brat, right? Last year calling things brat was a moment. And now, people wouldn't really say that. They would say it cheekily. They would say it with like irony. Kamala Harris killed brat. She did.
When they see us, they'll run. Something wicked this way comes. Good thing I like my friends cancel.
But you see what I say when it sounds like that this would have been something on Reputation, but ultimately didn't make the cut. And now it sounds like, and now it seems like Taylor was just kind of trying to return to form with this album. And it doesn't work.
I like 'em cooked in Gucci and in scandal, like my whiskey sour and poison thorny flowers. Welcome
I mean,
to my underworld.
I still fuck with the chorus and the pre-chorus on this. I don't like the verses, but I still like it better than most of the other albums.
It's quite dark. At least you know exactly who your friends are. They're the ones with matching scars. It's easy to love you when you're popular. The optics click, everyone prospers. But one single drop, you're off the roster. Tone deaf and hot, let's fucking off her. Did you make a joke only a man could? Were you just too smug for your own good? Or bring a tiny violin to a knife fight? Baby, that all ends tonight. Good thing I like my friends cancel. I like 'em cooked in Gucci and in scandal.
Also, this doesn't even make sense because there's a difference between being canceled and then being caught up in a scandal. Like that's another thing here is like, I don't think Taylor Swift actually understands what being canceled is, which makes this like she's trying to, there's kind of a like, there's like a villain quality to this that again, I think is harkening back to Reputation, but it's really strange because I don't think she understands what cancellation is. Like scandal is not the same thing as cancellation. And then also like, what has she been caught up in lately? Like I said, we are so far removed from the Kanye, Kim, Taylor era. Maybe she's not online enough to be part of the culture. I mean, I jokingly said in Cutie's chat, I'm like, maybe she needs to be more chronically online. That way she wouldn't be using lingo from like 10 years ago, or she would not be trying to use these buzzwords, but in a non-ironic way. It's about Blake Lively. Maybe. I mean, considering that Taylor has not said anything about Blake Lively, right? Like when the lawsuits between Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni started to intensify and multiply, Taylor Swift did distance herself from it. Now, I don't know what happened behind the scenes. I don't know if that was like Blake Lively going, you don't want to be a part of this, or Taylor being like, I don't want to be a part of this. But Taylor has always been one of the most scandal-averse public figures to begin with. You know, that's what's confusing here too. Taylor Swift avoids scandals like the plague.
My whiskey sour and
Okay, the funniest thing too is if this is about Brittany Mahomes. If this is about fucking MAGA ass Brittany Mahomes.
But if you can't be good, then just be better at it. Everyone's got bodies in the attic, or took somebody's man. We'll take you by the hand, and soon you'll learn the art of never getting caught. It's a good thing I like my friends can't solve. You know that I get conflicting Gucci and it's scandal. I like my whiskey sour.
Does Brittany Mahomes love Gucci? Brittany Mahomes, let me tell you about Brittany Mahomes. Brittany is the type of person that as soon as she became rich, she made sure that everybody knew it. The way that that woman dresses, head to toe in not just designer, but designer that screams at you. So she will wear head to toe Gucci with like G's all over her body. She will have, I remember when she came into the club and she had Cartier bracelets on that she shook in front of our faces as like a, hey, peasants, serve me a drink. She had like 6 Cartier bracelets on and the extra expensive ones that have all the diamonds and stuff. So Brittany is a new money type of person where she makes sure that everyone knows how rich she is by dressing that money all over her body. You do not look at her and not see designer screaming in your face. Brittany Mahomes dresses in a way where she wants you to know that you are poor and that she is rich. So, yes, she is cloaked in Gucci. Maybe this song is actually about Hassan. Hold on. Maybe the Gucci is in reference to Hassan's fuck ass Gucci shirt. Hassan, always cloaked in scandal. Maybe this dumbass was right when he's like, oh, I bet Taylor Swift saw me in the magazine because Travis was also in the magazine. Maybe this is about Hassan and his Gucci shirt. Does he like whiskey? He does like whiskey. He drinks whiskey. He does. Hold on. Things are lining up here.
We're the ones with matching scars.
Okay. Another thing I will say is this really gives the vibe of Taylor is only really singing, like her identity. This is all about how people perceive her still. You know, it's like these grievances, how she's being perceived. And I think like she's okay. All right. So this is something my friend texted me and she was like, what do you think of the album? And one thing I said was Taylor Swift is a brand because she's too big. She's too famous. And because she is, at the end of the day, $1 billion brand. And so as a brand, she's very concerned with her public perception. And I think that comes across. I think Taylor Swift as a brand is not capable of like really exploring Taylor Swift, the individual, and her identity as an individual. It is about this $1 billion business and how the public perceives the Taylor Swift brand. I'm so curious. I'm genuinely like so curious how when Taylor writes this stuff, how she feels it's coming across. And maybe she just doesn't, maybe this album was really just that rushed and so she didn't put much further thought into it. Also, because Taylor Swift is as big as she is now, she's only surrounded by yes men. There's not people around her who are going, you know what, girl, I actually think this doesn't really work. Or, hey, I think we should cook a little bit longer on it. I think she needs to have people around her who are actually there to like give critical feedback, because I think it's probably at the point of anything that she does, it's like, oh yeah, this is amazing. This is perfect. Song also feels like you don't get how hard my life is. And it's like, girl, what? Do you know what normal people go through? And I said this on the Elizabeth Taylor song. I said this on, a couple other lines that she has in the album where it is trying to, one, still be relatable, and two, like be relatable, but also kind of like air out these grievances. But really, what are these grievances? These grievances are that you have it all now, that like you are a billionaire and you've got diamonds and diamonds and everything for days, but that people don't understand that it's actually not that great. Like, I don't know. I don't understand. Okay. And then the titular song, Life of a Showgirl. This is the one that sounds like
Her name was Kitty, made her money being pretty and witty. They gave her the keys to this city, then they said she didn't do it legitly. I bought a ticket, she's dancing in her garters and fishnets.
Okay, this song also has like the stomp clap of Halo. Do you Halo?
50 in the cat, 0 missteps. Looking back, I guess it was kismet. I waited by the stage door, packed in with the autograph hounds, barking her name and glowing like the end of a cigarette. Wow, she came out. I said, you live in my dream. And she said to me, hey, thank you for the
I do like Sabrina on this.
bouquet. You're sweeter than a peach, but you don't know the life of a showgirl.
Because at least lyrically, we're on theme. At least we're talking about like the life of a showgirl. And I know it's the title of the song, but at least we're being on theme, okay? At least the aesthetics, because what was the fucking point of all the photo shoots and like Taylor finally showing off skin and being in these sexy outfits and like surrounded by all these dancers and like the burlesque of it all. And none of that was told within the album. And as I said before, people are like, oh, well, it's because the showgirl is her and it's about her life, but we're still not getting that. Well, the storytelling ain't there. Storytelling ain't there. What's up, Jorg?
Wait, the more you play, the more that you pay. You're softer than a kitten, so you don't know the life of a showgirl, babe. And you're never gonna wanna.
If we're going to do a showgirl album, and I think Cutie said this, and I agreed with her, this should not have come now. If we're going to do a showgirl album, I don't think Taylor was ready. I think it shouldn't have been rushed like this. I think more time and thought should have been put into it as a real, like, not a final bow at the end of the show signaling like it's over. It's not like the Last Showgirl type vibes, like an aging showgirl who's reflecting upon like just how much things have changed. But it's a concept that has been done before. It has been done way better. And I think Taylor could have done so much more.
She was the menace, the baby of the family in Lennox. Her father whored around like all men did. Her mother took pills and played tennis. So she waited by the stage door, asked the club promoter arrive. She said, I'd sell my soul to have a taste of a magnificent life. It's all mine. But that's not what showgirls get. They leave us for dead. Hey, thank you for the lovely bouquet.
At least Sabrina's vocals really get a shine here in ways that I felt I didn't see enough on her own album.
Sweeter than a peach, but you don't know the life of a showgirl, babe. And you're never ever gonna wait. The more you play, the more that you pay. You're softer than a kitten, so you don't know the life of a showgirl, babe. And you're never gonna wanna. I took her pearls of wisdom, hung them from my neck. I paid my dues with every bruise. I knew what to expect. Do you wanna take a skate on the ice inside my veins? They ripped me off like false lashes and then threw me away. And all the headshots on the walls of the dance hall are of the bitches who wish I'd hurry up and die. But I'm immortal now, baby dolls. I couldn't.
I have to say, I think Sabrina's song voice even fits better on this.
I tried. So I say,
Wapoko, thank you for the 35 months.
I'm married to the hustle and now
Juggling, thank you for the 14 months.
Chan,
Each thank you for 3 months.
and I'll never know another. Hey, hidden by the lipstick and lace, sequins all forever, and now I know the life of a showgirl, babe. Wouldn't have it any other way. Wouldn't have it any other way. Hey, kitty. Now I'm in the love and being pretty and witty. Thank you for the love you bouquet. Thank you for comforting all night. We will see you next time. Give it a big.
And the thing is, too, because this song doesn't get like, this is absolutely final song energy. Okay. Curtains closing, concerts ending, you're waving goodbye. But everything else leading up to this doesn't. There is no lead up to this, essentially. There is no like building out the rest of the story, the ups and the downs. And then you have this, right? Even if you're just switch it around and introduce with this song. Yeah, I would have loved to have a vibe like
Ladies and gentlemen, the Chicago Theater is proud to announce the first time anywhere there's been an act of this nature. Not only one little lady, but two. Read about them in
But can you imagine how fun this album would have been if we had horns, if we had like more jazz, if we just, it can still be a fun and bright pop album, but just make it feel big, right? Make it feel bold.
first, and now here they are, Chicago's own killer dillers, those scintillating sinners, Roxy Hart and Velma Kelly.
You can you're living, you can live the life you like. You can even marry Harry,
but mess
around with Ike.
and that's good.
Isn't it grand? Isn't it great? Isn't it swell?
Isn't it fun? Isn't it?
But now
stay
like just
in 50 years or
if she had just gotten more theatrical with the album, right? Like there's so many things that could have been done.
it's gonna change, you know, but all is heaven. Now what?
Okay, you ready to jazz? Let's pick up the pace. Let's make the parties longer. Let's make the skirts shorter. Let's all go to hell in a fast car and keep it hot.
Okay, now I'm not saying doing exactly this, but it's just like, just you know, the pop version of the energy of Chicago or other shows and theatrics that are in the vein of Showgirl, because I don't care that Taylor Swift specifically is talking about herself as the showgirl. She's still like the aesthetics of the album, she, supposed to be this focus on the life of me, Taylor Swift, who's been a showgirl for 20 years. Where's the fucking energy? Where's the energy? Yes.
It's her.
Yes.
Sparkling diamond.
And like how cool these music videos would be.
French are glad to die for love. They delight in fighting duels.
But someone else was to meet Satine that night.
But I prefer a man who lives
Zidler's investor.
and gives expensive.
The Duke.
On the hand, continental, but diamonds are a girl's best friend. A kiss will be grand, but it's pay the rental on your humble flats, or help you feed your pussycat.
Is this the lady from the AMC ads?
Men grow cold as girls grow old, and we all lose our charms in the end. But square cut or pear shape, these rocks don't lose their shape. Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
When am I going to meet the girl?
Tiffany!
After her number, I've arranged a special meeting.
And ultimately, like, had Taylor really embraced maturing into being a 35-year-old woman, I think this is the kind of energy then she wouldn't be closed off to. But when she's still trying to be like Taylor Swift, who's in high school and making music for high school girls, then no, you're not going to get...
Just you and Mademoiselle Satine. Totally alone.
After her number, I've arranged a private meeting, just you and Mademoiselle Satine. Totally alone. Alone? Yes. Totally alone.
Cause we are living.
The other thing that she could do, like if she wants to sing about Travis Kelce's dick, like make it sexy.
You know, you're not bad looking.
Make it sexy.
Thank you. And now,
Obviously, Lady Faye Zhu is singing about pussy, but I just mean this energy.
Miss Lady Faye Zhu.
Like, we got wood. We got wood. What does wood have to do with... What does wood have to do with anything?
There's one pet I like to pet.
You know, and like, this is sexy and
Every evening we get
filled with innuendos.
I stroke it every chance I get. It's my girl's pussy. So then pleasant, never pairs. And I love the thoughts it stirs. But I don't
She
mind
couldn't even say dickmatized. She could not even say dickmatized. She said matized.
because it's hers. It's my girl's pussy.
Ugh. She did talk about her dick being big in another song. Yes. Now, this would have had the Gaylors really going crazy. If Taylor Swift did a song about my girl's pussy, they would have died.
'Cause I'll do anything for my sweetheart. She works like to I sweat, and that's hard to do.
Freak Zeal, thank you for the prime.
So when stroking my girl's
Gross.
pussy.
Anyway, all right, just some ideas. Just a couple ideas.
Sometimes I don't want to see you cause I'm insecure. It's a nuanced feeling. Insecurity.
You cokehead little bitch. You wanna fuck me cause I'm prettier and blonder than you.
Sometimes I don't want to see you cause I'm insecure. It's a nuanced feeling. Insecurity.
You cokehead little bitch. You wanna fuck me cause I'm prettier and blonder than you.
Also, I saw this video too, just to give more context on Charlie. But like, Charlie has, as I said, Charlie has like been very open about her insecurities, especially like, look, being a pop girly, entering a world that traditionally has held up as the beacon of pop, as the beacon of what it means to be, the epitome of what it means to be a pop girly is like blonde hair, blue-eyed, like beautiful twirling white girl.
I mean, like Britney Spears, just because I grew up listening to her, watching her, and she was so like the opposite of the girl that I was. She was blonde and bubbly and sort of fun and pretty in this way that I just didn't see myself as. And I think when I was younger, I like desperately wanted to be blonde. That was such a big thing for me. And I loved her music, you know. It's funny, like when I actually got into the music industry, I was like, whoa, I could never be like that. I really thought that I wanted to emulate Britney Spears. Just
Yeah, I mean, I totally, I get this. Like, I relate to this too. You grow up and the music you listen to, the album or the magazines that you look at, and it was something that I went, I don't look like these girls at all, and I wish I looked like these girls. And I this is a line that Charlie also has in Sympathy, where she talks about like being the opposite of the girl she's talking about in the song, which if it's Taylor Swift, blonde, blue-eyed, tall, skinny, just just what is deemed as desirable. Anyway, it's like, how do you listen to Sympathy in a Knife and then hear anything other than Charlie XCX being
There's a song called Father Figure.
Insecure.
Where the first line of the second verse says, I pay the check before it kisses the mahogany grain.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's my favorite type of
Yeah.
writing, right?
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
you have to think about, what do those words mean? Oh, somebody got the bill before it hit the table, but
Yeah.
you say kisses the mahogany
Yeah.
grain. I'm like, okay, that's my favorite type of stuff to write. But there are some lines in the song, The Life of a Showgirl, that are very much sort of like the manifesto of how I've had to operate within this industry. It's a song about meeting one of your sort of idols, and they, instead of being what you thought they would be, they warn you against following in their footsteps because they just want to be honest with you about how hard this industry is, and you do it anyway. There's a song called Father Figure.
Okay. Cosmopolitics, thank you for the 3 months. This is not the same girl that wrote Folklore. Okay, you know how usually women get blamed for male artists, like work declining or groups breaking up? Obviously, Yoko Ono, a very famous example of yet still something that the public gets wrong in believing that Yoko Ono broke up the Beatles. But like a lot of people still blame her, and Yoko's just one example. I think this time around, Travis Kelce, I fear Travis Kelce may be responsible for Taylor's artistry being on the decline. I'm just saying, okay? The himbo. I think there's too much bro. I think there's too much like she kind of is. I mean, even just like in her caption for getting engaged, your English teacher marrying your gym teacher, that is very high school, right? That's hearkening to the vibe of high school where like she has kind of come full circle in that when she started out was singing about like, she's on the, I'm on the bleachers, whatever, where it's a song about like wanting to be with the head of the football team. And she's like such a dork that she can't be. And then she married a professional football player. So she did it. She did it. But like, she's still stuck in that. There might not be as much back and forth intellectually. I don't think it's Travis. I think she cooked long on her singer-songwriter work and pooped this one out with no fucking second thought. Yeah, and look, this is why like stans, Taylor Swift fans, Taylor Swift stans, if you want to keep getting quality Taylor Swift work, you cannot be just gobbling up everything she puts out and being like, give me more, give me more. You have to have an appreciation for craft. You have to have patience. You have to not just eat all of it up because this is a business and Taylor's well aware. She puts this stuff out. She makes a ton of money. She's got so many fans who just do not, they don't critically approach her work. And so they'll just keep eating it up. Azure Sparrow, thank you for the Prime. They've already bought 5 copies of the album. I know. Oh, okay. Let's talk about Nicki Minaj. Yes, thank you. Okay. It just got worse. Nicki Minaj defended you. This was pissing me off today. Okay. Because Nicki Minaj was nonstop tweeting about the album. Go in for the kill, Taylor. Let's go. Taylor said, I heard you call me boring Barbie when the Coke's got your brain. While the SAG's giving out lashings tonight. Oh, wow. And canceled is diabolical. Let's go, Taylor. Oh, Taylor, Wood was exactly what I needed tonight. Thank you. Really, Nikki, was it? And now the Sagittarius lashing spree culminates with the life of a showgirl. LOL, y'all, I promise this is my last tweet about it, but hashtag Wood is exactly what falling in love with your soulmate sounds like. Really? Does it? Is that what it sounds like when you fall in love with a sexual predator like you did, Nicki Minaj? Is that what it is? His love was the key that opened my thighs. New heights, manhood. I ain't got to knock on wood. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so she was just doing a track by track review. And then she also was tweeting about how pretty Taylor is. Okay, last tweet, but I have to. Why does every Sagittarius have such an extensive face card? She was even tweeting in praise of Sabrina Carpenter. And let me be clear, okay? I know I just spent 2 hours going through Taylor's album, but my coming for Nicki here does not have to do with Taylor, does not have to do, wait, I missed, did she shout out his podcast and lyrics? Did she? I don't know, probably. This doesn't have to do with Sabrina or Taylor. This is about Nicki Minaj and how she loves to rip into and beef with other Black female artists because she is threatened by them, because she is jealous of them, because of, I don't know, internalized misogynoir. I don't know what's going on there, but it's very apparent that she is not an ally to other Black female artists. And yet, as Cardi B said, she loves to bootlick white artists who they don't care about her. They do not care. And reminder that this is how Nicki Minaj talks about Taylor Swift. And then this is how she talks about a 7-year-old Black girl. Culture vulture, you ugly too. Culture, you a roach and a monkey like your sister. Culture, a vulture and her mama a crow. So stupid to not see once Wendy ate that crow. What happened? They played you to do that. And hex to yourself, you flop ass heavy tongue hoe. This is a child. Yeah, a little child. Is that Nicki talking about Taylor versus Nicki talking about a child? Imagine she gave an ounce of this kind of energy to other Black female artists instead of constantly ripping into their success and starting beefs. And it's like, dude, this is exactly what Cardi B said. Always want a fake dear Black woman. Girl, shut the fuck up. Done beefed with every Black woman in the industry. Like, girl, who the fuck beefs with SZA? Truly, who the fuck beefs with SZA? This was something Cardi said yesterday. She clocked this shit from a mile away because Nicki is so predictable and because Nicki just cannot stop putting her claws into her fellow Black female artists while tweeting up a storm about Taylor Swift's album. Come on. It's so transparent. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing for you, Nicki Minaj, to be talking shit on SZA, on Doechii, on Cardi, on all these women who are amazing artists. And then you turn around and are like, again, I'm trying to leave Taylor Swift out of this, but you turn around and have all of this praise for fucking Life of a Showgirl. Girl, you're not slick with it. You're not slick with it. She did the same thing with Lil Mix. So Cardi B clocked it. Who the fuck beefs with SZA? And you be slick throwing shots at Beyonce, the most unproblematic people ever, while always bootlicking a white artist's ass and posting their accomplishments while they ignore you. And let me tell you something. I say what I want when I want. You don't stop shit here. Ain't nobody fucking scared of you. She posted this, and in the a day before Nicki Minaj was just tweeting up a storm about Taylor Swift. Always bootlicking a white artist's ass and posting their accomplishments while they ignore you. She talks shit on Doechii? Yes. Yes. Didn't she come after Megan? Yes, she made fun of Meg. Oh, how could I forget Meg? In that I was just giving a couple examples. How could I forget her coming after Meg and making fun of her for being shot? Get up on that good foot, calling her Bigfoot. Get up on that good foot. Lying on your dead mama. She was so nasty. she is so nasty towards Black women. And like, obviously, yeah, she's had her beefs with white artists, but like, I'm sorry. It is pretty clear who Nicki Minaj loves to save most of her ire for. And who beefs with SZA? SZA just was talking about astrology. You have to be such a hateful person to be trying to beef with SZA. And the Barb's doxing Meg's mom gravesite. Yeah. Cardi was also like, Nicki was also like, LOL, I don't know how I ended up on Swiftie Twitter, but I love it here. Y'all are so cool. Like, y'all are so funny. She's so pandering to the Swiftie audience. She's trying to be like, hey, I'm good with Taylor and I'm good with you all. It's really embarrassing. It's very embarrassing for her. It blows my mind that Taylor called her out for her bringing down female artists in the 2010s, and now she constantly blows smoke up Taylor's ass, but Cardi does the same thing and it doesn't change. Yeah, it's because Nicki doesn't look at Sabrina Carpenter, Taylor Swift as like a threat to her. She doesn't view them as in she's competition. She's in competition with them. Versus Cardi, Meg, Doechii, SZA. Imagine starting beef with a girl who dressed up as a bug because she just wanted to be a bug that day. I feel like the Swifties don't even care, so it looks embarrassing. Yes, and it is embarrassing. It's like, Nicki, you are embarrassing yourself. You are a 42-year-old woman. You are a 42-year-old woman, and you are constantly acting so fucking juvenile. Anyway, I just thought that was like just so annoying, and then also just pure cringe. Pure cringe. Okay, I wanted to read the Atlantic's review here. Taylor Swift's fairy tale is over. The singer has everything she ever wanted. Her new album suggests that it's all sort of a drag. She doesn't sound like she's having fun. She has the team captain, the cushion cut diamond, the fans who will shell out for yet another branded cardigan. But Taylor Swift's the life of a showgirl, and the life it seems to portray is a charmless chore. Swift spent her 12th album pondering familiar bummers, rivalries, regrets, the countdown clock of her own mortality. What's new, narratively, is her football player fiancé and the happily ever after he represents. But she can't quite convince herself or the listener that she's getting what she's always said she wants. She's become too cynical to sell a fairy tale. Theoretically, this is an interesting place for Swift, that ever-striving Sagittarius, to be at the end of a checklist of goals and still unsatisfied. Her economy's quaking Eras Tour flaunted the power earned by years of hard work. Her engagement to Travis Kelce appeared to fulfill the romantic quest she has long sung about. Success certainly puts her under no obligation to fake a smile and hide her anxieties. Unfortunately, Showgirl is the sound of an overworked and overexposed entertainer reaching the mountaintop to find something worse than disappointment, burnout. From the moment it was announced in August, Showgirl was sold as a bedazzled return to pure pop. Swift recorded it on tour using free days to fly to Sweden to work with the legendary producer Max Martin and his collaborator Shellback. Their methods, ruthless melodic math, brazenly artificial production, and an odd soft spot for reggae rhythms, helped define the world-conquering sound of Britney Spears and Backstreet Boys. When Martin first teamed up with Swift for 2012's Red, their partnership propelled her from country music fame into the echelon of mega stardom, where she still resides. Ever since 2019's Lover, though, she's preferred to work with indie rock dudes, chiefly Jack Antonoff, who draws out her arty side. Her fascinating but unwieldy 2024 release, The Tortured Poets Department, seemed to push that phase of her career as far as it could go. That album prioritized emotional and narrative complexity over catchy sing-alongs. Showgirl, she said on her fiancé's podcast, is a return to melodies that are so infectious that you're almost angry at it. Well, I think people were certainly angry, but not because the melodies were so infectious. Samantha, thank you for the prime. Melodies that are so infectious you're almost angry at it, and lyrics that are just as vivid but crisp and focused and completely intentional. The album sometimes fits that description, especially on the relatively strong, if unexpectedly downcast opening 3 songs. Oh, I'll play a little bit of Fate of Ophelia, because I actually did. I think this is probably one of my more favorite songs. I'll play a little bit of it. Some water.
I heard you calling on the megaphone. You wanna see me all alone. As legend has it, you are quite the pyro. You light the match to watch it blow. And if you never call for me, I might have drowned in melancholy. I swore my loyalty to me, myself, and I. Right before you lit my sky all that time. I sat alone in my tower. You were just haunting your powers. Now I can see it all. Late one night, you took me out of my grave and saved my heart from the fate of Ophelia. Keep it 100 on the land. See the sky, pledge allegiance to your hands. Your team, your vibes, don't care where the hell you've been. 'Cause now, money's got to be.
So, like, is she singing about how Travis saved her from the fate of drowning because she's gone so mad? And again, like, okay, like, I like the melody on this. You know, at least it moves along. This album's so all over the place. It's so all over the place. But at least this is catchy. At least it's boppy. But just in the context of the rest of the album, I just don't understand. I don't get it.
You've been dreaming of the fate of Ophelia, the eldest daughter.
No, not the eldest daughter again. Enough with eldest daughters. Enough. We're no longer singing about eldest daughters.
Ophelia lived in fantasy. Her love was a cold bed full of scorpions.
I am the eldest boy.
Stole her sanity.
I am the eldest boy.
Never called for me. I might have lingered purgatory. You wrap around me like a chain, a crown, a fire, pulling me into the fire. All that time, alone in my tower, you were just haunting your powers. Now I can see it all. Late one night, you took me out of my grave and saved my heart from the fate of Ophelia. Keep it 100 on the land, the sea, the sky, pledge allegiance to your hands, your team, your vibes, don't care where the hell you've been. 'Cause now, your mind is about to be the steepest night you've been dreaming of. The fate of Ophelia is locked inside my memory and only.
Okay. I mostly like the album, not expecting any real art from Taylor, just turn the brain off pop, and that's what we got. I'll add a few tracks to my workout playlist, forget the album in a few months, not mad at it. I mean, ultimately, that's what I said too, where I think like if you just let the album kind of glaze over you, you know, if you just kind of maybe have it on in the background, like it's fine. But I think Taylor is an artist who has built into she's trained her fandom to like treat her songs and her lyrics with a depth, and even when they're like fun pop songs, but also I think like we can expect more as well. I do think that like if we're going to be a quote unquote return to form here, as far as like really catchy, infectious melodies, then really go for it. You're working with Max fucking Martin. You're going back. You're moving away from Jack Antonoff. You're like, okay, enough with like the like sad girl poetry. You're working with Max Martin, and it's still, even from the aspect of like, okay, just like fun pop songs, it still falls short.
You possess the key, no longer drowning and deceived. All because you came for me, locked inside my memory. And only you possess the key, no longer drowning and deceived. All because you came for me.
And I think like if you look any deeper into the album, it just it feels bizarre. Okay. Anyway. Hello? Oh, hi. I didn't know you were playing Peak. Oh. My stream was buffering. It was effing for like the first 2 hours. I know. I don't know if it was an internet thing, if it was like a Twitch thing. Computer issue. Okay, here's the thing. Like 5 years ago, if I were to say Addison Rae put out a better album than Taylor Swift, you'd be like, are you on drugs? I'd be like, no, that's Charlie XCX. If I were to say Addison Rae put out a better album than Taylor Swift, that would probably you'd be like, you're crazy, huh? But fuck it, I'm saying it. Fuck it, I'm saying it. She did. Addison Rae put out a better album than Taylor Swift did. So Taylor Swift is not just a pop star. She's the biggest pop star in the world. She has everything available to her. She's got Max Martin, the king of, the Swedish king of making major pop hits. And let's not get carried away here. It could have been better. It should have been better. Could have been better. Should have been better. Could have been better. Should have been better. Okay. The album sometimes fits that description, especially on the relatively strong, if unexpectedly downcast opening 3 songs. Next, Elizabeth Taylor layers reverberating refrains for smoldering cinematic effect. It has some solid scene setting too. We hit the best booth at Musso and Frank's. They say I'm bad news. I just say thanks. Opalite is an inspirational vocabulary lesson whose chorus is delivered with 80s rock pep worthy of Richard Simmons. But the difference between effective and great pop is the ingredients missing here: novelty and passion. Swift and Martin's previous highlights ambushed the ear with dubstep that crashed into country, I Knew You Were Trouble, satirical boom bop, Blank Space, and industrial R&B chaos, Reputation. A molten emotional core, an oh-so-Swedish mixture of glee and gloom, energized the exploration. Showgirl, however, sounds freeze-dried, pre-packed, obvious. Though the album's genres are superficially diverse, you'll hear flashes of grunge, trap, and yes, reggae. Its arrangements could work fine as royalty-free background music for content creators. The Martin Swift touchstone that's most often recalled is the most simplistic one: Bad Blood, with its jock jam drum beat telling, not showing the listener that they're having fun. Swift's songwriting isn't pushing ahead either. Old tricks abound, perspective switching between verses, high harmonies adding drama to a song's final chorus. Lyrically, she tends to restate familiar themes in crasser terms than ever before. The ballad Eldest Daughter describes internet toxicity in the same way as an anti-bullying PSA. Every joke's just trolling and memes, sad as it seems, apathy is hot. And yet she's very much the troll on Actually Romantic, which disses another singer with as much sophistication as I'm rubber, you are glue. Wood salutes her man's anatomy in a similarly third-grade manner. Album after album, she's inched towards more explicit sex talk, but lines like "his love was the key that opened my thighs" are so uninspired, neither funny nor specific nor even memorably gross, that they feel nihilistic. The most interesting thing about Showgirl is the way Swift cops to the all too palpable sense that she's finding it hard to care about anything. Honey is a successful bit of self-therapy about why she's weary of pet names. The George Michael quoting father figure seems to revisit the hoary fable of her publishing rights in order to portray her as a cruel mob boss. On Opalite and Elizabeth Taylor, she tries to reconcile her excitement over a new relationship with her many, many memories of heartbreak. The cover of the album, Swift glaring in what might be a post-concert ice bath, suits the hardened persona she presents here. And the music's blend of moodiness and poppiness calls to mind 2022's Midnights, which had more staying power than it initially appeared to possess. But that album was barbed with intrigue. It captured a journey inward as Swift tried to figure out the source of her restlessness during a seemingly settled moment in her life. Showgirl, by contrast, doesn't raise or answer questions. Well, other than, what's the point of releasing an album whose music seems so exhausted and on guard? Likely answers include money, obligation, and strategy. Charitably, she really needs us to know how enervating these past few years were. On Wishlist, she fantasizes about having kids and being left alone. This is, I think, one of the worst songs. I gotta be honest, just everything. It's bad. I'll just play a little bit of it.
They want that yacht life under chopper blades. They want those bright lights and Balenci shades and a fat ass with a baby face. They want it all. They want that complex female character. They want that critical smash palm d'or and an Oscar on their bathroom floor. They want it all. And they should have what they want. They deserve what they want. Hope they get what they want. I just want you. Have a couple kids, got the whole block looking like you. We tell the world to give us.
So now it's that like everyone else wants the fancy stuff, but you don't? I don't get it. I don't understand.
And they don't. Wow. Got me dreaming about a driveway with a basketball.
Like it kind of is giving not like the other girls.
Bust up, settle down, got a wish list. I just want you.
Okay, anyway. On Wishlist, she fantasized about having kids and being left alone, and Showgirl leaves no mystery as to why she'd want to disappear. She does perform one unvarnished act of creative generosity with the title track, which closes the album. On it, Sabrina Carpenter, Swift's favored protege, lends a vocal performance whose warmth and playfulness cut like a beam through fog, offering a reminder of how pop is supposed to make you feel. Swift clearly doesn't want to play the ever-grinning showgirl anymore. That's valid, but so is the impulse to listen to anything else. But then also all her friends are swagged out with every brand. Right, your canceled friends who are wearing Gucci. What? I don't understand. I don't know. Julia, thank you for the prime. Okay. Anyway. Anywho. It just I think I said a lot. I think I said a lot. And like, to me, I think it's important to never forget that. Never forget that pop music is supposed to make you feel something, right? It's supposed to we'll never forget. It's supposed to be like catchy, and it makes you feel joy, and it's not supposed to be just like, oh, that's good enough. Like it's literally supposed to trigger dopamine. It's supposed to like truly make you feel happy because it is transmitting neurons. And I don't think that that's how this album made me feel. Like, it's supposed to be music that gets into your brain and it's just whirring around in your brain. And that's what, that's why like catchy songs, great hooks, it's the kind of music that you can't stop singing. You can't stop tapping your feet to. You can't stop like bopping along to. What was Cutie's take on this? She had a lot of issues with the album. She did. Yeah. Anyway, okay. All right. Okie dokie. You're reviewing it with a Hollywood brain, which is exactly what she preaches against. Sparkles, no pants. What does that mean? What does this mean? You're reviewing it with a Hollywood brain, which is exactly what she preaches against. Do you think that Taylor is not Hollywood? Also, what is a Hollywood brain? What does that mean? Do you mean that I have critically analyzed her album for the last 2 hours rather than just gobbling up and being like, oh, it's perfect. Oh, it's Taylor Swift, and so it's everything I wanted, no notes. Is the Hollywood brain that like I'm a liberal and so maybe the song canceled, you're saying it was in fact about Brittany Mahomes, so I wouldn't be able to get it because my liberal brain would not possibly understand any empathy for canceled MAGA millionaires like Brittany Mahomes? I'm not sure. You're a liberal? I mean, I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand what on earth this could mean. Dude, I'm a liberal. Well, I don't care. I really don't care what you are. I'm so confused because I think you actually don't know how to critically review something. I think you don't understand how to listen to an album and understand what you're listening for. And like, if you like something, why do you like it? If it doesn't work, why doesn't it work? I don't think you understand even Taylor Swift. If you think that Taylor Swift, if you think that me, Hollywood brain, is what Taylor Swift, not Hollywood brain, preaches against, we gotta open the schools. I also don't care about Mahomes. Great. I don't give a shit. I'm just trying to figure out because you haven't explained what this means. So I'm trying to come up with explanations for you. Because you waited 10 minutes to type this, and I'm actually very confused what you mean. Did you listen to the album? So do you just disagree with what I had to say about it? But you can't explain, you don't have anything to back it up aside from just Taylor Swift equals perfect, infallible. Okay. Well, if you come up with anything, let me know. Other than I'm a liberal. And as I said in the beginning, I'm going to say it again to end. If you are a fan of Taylor Swift, you are doing yourself a disservice if you cannot be critical about her work. If you just gobble it up in the way that she wants you to, because guess what? At the end of the day, she's a businesswoman. She's a fucking billionaire. And I think that's having an effect actually on her work. Because she'll just put anything out and the fans just can't get enough of it. But as a fan of an artist, you do yourself a disservice when you cannot pick apart an artist's work to determine the strengths and the weaknesses. If everything is just a 10 out of 10, then nothing is a 10 out of 10. There is no hierarchy of sound. There is no quality to be determined because it's just that everything is perfect. There's no artist out there who every single thing that they create is just on the same line of ultimate perfection. And if you ask other people who are fans of artists that are not Taylor Swift, they will tell you the work of the artist they are a fan of, that is their favorite, that they think is superior, and then stuff that is not as good. And they can identify why. So I'm concerned for you, fans out there, who not only can't do this, but you refuse to do this, because it will actually be better for you, not just as like somebody engaging with pop culture in this regard, but also to help you like more appreciate the work of an artist that you love, to more appreciate it when it's just top notch, when they're in like, you know, when they're in their purest form. It's like with Mayhem, where people were so excited to have, you know, Lady Gaga kind of returning to the Little Monsters, to the Fame era of like that kind of synth pop sound, and how that excited people because of what they consider to be Gaga's ultimate, like what her ultimate greatest sound is. That's why I think it's important to be a fan of an artist's work and not zero in on the person alone, because then they have a hard time criticizing it. When you are parasocial, when you get into stan territory, you lose any ability to be critical. You are no longer actually a fan of the work. It's because you're obsessed with the person. I don't know. That sounds like something a Hollywood brain would say, which is why Cutie, I will always go to bat for her. I will always go to bat for her and say, look, she is a massive fan of Taylor Swift, but Cutie has the ability to go, I don't like this. I think that this is some of her weaker stuff. And here's why. She will tell you what her favorite stuff is and why. And she will highlight what she is, you know, what it is about Taylor that she thinks are her strengths and what are her weaknesses. So she doesn't just eat it all up and go, oh my God, this is amazing. Oh my God, this is perfect. Great, you know, album of the year, give her the Grammys. And Cutie is also always saying that she does not care about her, like she is not invested in her personal life. And in fact, she doesn't like when too much of the music is specific to who she's dating. And in this case, now she's marrying Travis Kelce. And I know Cutie hates the Travis Kelce songs. I mean, you can appreciate the work of someone, and honestly, it's questionable with what your relationship is with the artist. If you just take whatever slop they'll serve up, that sounds weirdly parasocial, TBH. Yeah, and like I think it's natural to have some type of investment in the artists themselves, but it's when you just become so parasocial with them. It's when it's like it's just this obsessiveness. And so you first of all, if anyone is critical of their work, you're like, you take that as a personal affront. That's a problem. If you take it as a personal attack because somebody doesn't like Taylor Swift's latest album, then your brain is rotted. Okay. And also you are purely a consumer. You are purely like a hyper consumerist when you are in this territory of being such a parasocial stan that you are just here to consume. Oh, she puts out an album. She puts out a deluxe album. Oh, 10 different album covers. Oh, I'm buying it all. I'm buying it all. I'm going to buy every single thing. That is hyper consumerism. That's why Folklore and Evermore were so good, because she took her feelings but told them through stories that she made up. She really explored storytelling outside of like Taylor Swift lore. She was like, hey, I'm going to actually just really creatively write here instead of focus on like what's the Taylor Swift lore. All right. Anyway, I'm going to move on and talk about something else, but still waiting on Sparkle Pants or no Sparkle Pants. Not sure if they have.
And so he sentenced Sean Combs.
Not sure if they have a response, but anywho. Anyway, they caught the Hollywood brain and can't respond. I have to say, I don't even like this kind of stuff doesn't even get to me because I think it's really funny. One, because I don't even know what Hollywood brain means. Two, I am so critical of Hollywood and I am so critical of celebrities to the point that often I'm like, well, you know, opportunities that I have been striving for, goals that I have, probably am kicking myself in the ass because I say a lot of things here on the stream that maybe will piss somebody off because I'm not a yes man, because I'm not just uncritically giving commentary. And so having a Hollywood brain is actually quite the opposite. I almost need to have more. No, I don't need to. But if I had more of a Hollywood brain, I would be saying things with an awareness of, oh, well, if I ever want to be on a red carpet or if I ever want to do an interview or if ever I want to be like having opportunities, probably shouldn't say what I have to say because this could get me in trouble. Could get me in trouble. And in Hollywood, you just shut up. You know, I gotta censor myself. I gotta shut up. I gotta make sure that I don't piss anybody off. I mean, the amount of times that I have gone after people like David Zaslav, gone after, you know, the racist Zionists, just shitty people in Hollywood who are not just all Deborah Messing. To be clear, they're not all Deborah Messing. They are people who are in like positions of power. Anyway, yeah, but you are who you are, and that's why you have the community you've built here, for sure. I mean, look, this is I'm here to try to keep it as real as I can, and I think I would be doing a disservice calling myself a pop culture commentator if I did not constantly apply a critical lens to pop culture. If I were not actually, if I were too afraid to say something that that is so critical to the point that it may piss people off in the industry, that's just how it goes. That is how it goes. You know? Like when Cutie didn't get an invite for a movie because she didn't glaze enough. And now imagine me. Now imagine me where it's not even a problem of not glazing enough. You seem like you don't turn a blind eye to things from what I've seen. Right. And I think if I were to do that, I would become compromised. Right. I would be compromised. And also I think it would be dull, right? If I were to just sit here and be like, isn't this person so amazing? Isn't this so awesome? Isn't everything so great? You're listening with French Polynesia Brain, and that's why you don't think this Billionaire Shitty album isn't good. If you listen with Stan Brain, you think it's a perfect album. I will never know what that brain is. Did you review One Battle After Another? No, not yet. All right. Next thing that we are going to talk about. Sean Combs. Sean P. Diddy Combs, who was sentenced today. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison, which for everything he has done... I just, how do we properly dish out the amount of the consequences here that Sean Combs is deserving of for the years of harm that he caused, just the exploitation and violence against women and the total lack of accountability for decades. And before we watch the news report on this, I wanted to read Cassie's letter to the judge that she wrote. Cassandra Ventura, the singer known as Cassie, wrote a letter asking the judge to consider the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control in deciding the music mogul's sentence. Also, he's already served 14 months, so that means that he is only has about 3 years left, and he'll probably get out even before that. Dear Judge Subramanian, I have been in a cycle of thought and then overthought writing this letter to you. If there is one thing I have learned from this experience, it is that victims and survivors will never be safe. Although I can hope for justice and accountability, I have come to not trust anything. I hope that your decision considers the truths at hand that the jury failed to see. For 4 days in May, while 9 months pregnant with my son, I testified in front of a packed courtroom about the most traumatic and horrifying chapter in my life. I testified that from age 19, Sean Combs used violence, threats, substances, and control over my career to trap me in over a decade of abuse. He groomed me into performing repeated sex acts with hired male sex workers during multi-day freak-offs, which occurred nearly weekly. I was forced into lingerie and heels, told exactly how to look, and plied with drugs and alcohol so he could control me like a puppet. These events were degrading and disgusting, leaving me with infections, illnesses, and days of physical and emotional exhaustion before he demanded it all again. Sex acts became my full-time job, used as the only way to stay in his good graces. I testified that I learned to read Sean Combs' signals, knowing that when he spoke of freak-offs, he was demanding them, and that refusing meant punishment, losing my car, my phone, or worse. He controlled every part of my livelihood and threatened to destroy my reputation by leaking sex tapes, a threat that he repeated often. His power over me eroded my independence and sense of self until I felt I had no choice but to submit. When he believed I had wronged him or was not sufficiently responsive, he also threatened people around me and those close to me, including my family. I regularly worried that displeasing him meant putting my family and friends' safety at risk. I testified how beyond these threats, Sean Combs frequently used violence to get his way. Over the nearly 11 years we were together, Sean Combs would hit me, punch me, stomp on my face, pull my hair, and throw my body to the ground and against the wall. The jury saw pictures of bruises on my back from Combs kicking me and saw the deep gash over my eye that he caused when he slammed me into a bed frame. The entire courtroom watched actual footage of Combs kicking and beating me as I tried to run away from a freak-off in 2016. People watched this footage dozens of times, seeing my body thrown to the ground, my hands over my head, curled into a fetal position to shield me from the worst blows. This physical violence caused bruises that makeup artists paid for by Sean Combs would cover up, as well as permanent scars all over my body. During my time with Combs, I was in a constant state of hypervigilance, as I always anticipated demands for sex acts or otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with his increased control over my body, my money, my freedom, and my free will. I used those drugs to push through the horrifying sex acts that he demanded and to numb myself to the physical pain and emotional turmoil I was constantly in. While the defense attorneys at trial suggested that my time with Combs was akin to a great modern love story, nothing could be further from the truth. Nothing about this story is great, modern, or loving. This was a horrific decade of my life stained by abuse, violence, forced sex, and degradation. I spent the last 7 years of my life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the drug abuse that he forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. The horrors I endured drove me to have thoughts of suicide, ones I almost followed through on if not for my family's intervention and urging that I seek professional care. I have been to rehab. I have taken part in dozens of types of therapy modalities to confront, compartmentalize, and cope with the horrific memories of sexual and emotional abuse that I endured for nearly 10 years. While what he did to me is always present, I am slowly learning how to live my life free of the fear and horrors I endured, and in doing so am fully devoted to my husband and my children. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular, everyday basis and continue to require psychological care to cope with my past. My worries that Sean Combs or his associates will come after me and my family is my reality. I have in fact moved my family out of the New York area and am keeping as private and quiet as I possibly can because I am so scared that if he walks free, his first actions will be swift retribution towards me and others who spoke out about his abuse at trial. As much progress as I have made in recovering from his abuse, I remain very much afraid of what he is capable of and the malice that he undoubtedly harbors towards me for having the bravery to tell the truth. His defense attorneys claim he's a changed man and he wants to mentor abusers. I know firsthand what real mentorship means, and this disgusts me. He is not being truthful. I know that who he was to me, the manipulator, the aggressor, the abuser, the trafficker, is who he is as a human. He has no interest in changing or becoming better. He will always be the same cruel, power-hungry, manipulative man that he is. When I came out with my allegations in my civil case, he flatly denied them again and again. It was only after actual video footage corroborated the exact words in my civil complaint that he issued an insincere apology on the internet. Thanks to the footage and my testimony, this is also something he will forever be associated with. For over a decade, Sean Combs made me feel powerless and unimportant, but my experience was real, horrific, and deserves to be considered. While the jury did not seem to understand or believe that I engaged in freak-offs because of the force and coercion the defendant used against me, I know that this is the truth, and his sentence should reflect the reality of the evidence and my lived experience as a victim. Reliving in detail the events and truths described throughout the trial and this letter causes me tremendous emotional pain. I am trying, with all that I am, to move on. I hope that your sentencing decision reflects the strength that it took for victims of Sean Combs to come forward. I hope that your decision considers the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. I thank you for your time. Man, I mean, it's just so, it's heartbreaking for so many reasons, but like she said it herself in the letter that as much work as she has done to recover from the decade of abuse, that she still carries that with her. And the fact that, like, I am sure Cassie hoped more than anybody that he would never be able to roam freely again and continue to harm others or harm those who have gotten away from him. And so he was only sentenced to 4 years. She will be living in fear of his retribution or of his associates' retribution, let alone what might happen to future victims, because she knows better than anybody what happened to her. It's just, I don't know. It's so, my heart just hurts for that woman, and she is in a much better place than she was before. But like, this has been, imagine how fucking traumatizing re-traumatizing it would have been to have to go through all of this, to have the defense be like, oh, it was a modern love story, to paint you as a willing participant in this, in your own sexual abuse. And now to finally have this come to an end. And Sean Combs has been sentenced to 4 years. He's already served 14 months, so that is now taken off of his sentencing. And with good behavior, etc., he may be out in like 2.5. And then what is her life going to be? You know, she's already moved out of New York. She's trying to have as quiet and private a life as possible because she's terrified. And because at the end of the day, she did not get the justice that she and his other victims deserve.
Combs to 4 years in prison. That's not as much as federal prosecutors here wanted. They wanted 11 years in prison, reminding the judge that Sean Combs has a penchant for violence and abuse, pointing to 2016 hotel security video showing Combs attacking Cassie Ventura. Combs says he knows that video intimately. He apologized to Cassie Ventura. The judge said 11 years was unreasonable, but 4 years is just the right amount, the judge said, to send a message to Sean Combs. And
the thing is like, never forget that everyone knew about Sean Combs. Everyone knew about Jeffrey Epstein. Everyone knew about Harvey Weinstein. Everyone knew about Donald Trump. Everyone knew about R. Kelly and Bill Cosby and all of these fucking sexual abusers, these rich, powerful, privileged sex abusers, and how this again is an example of how money and power still protects you. That the judge was like, 11 years is not reasonable. Would he have said that for somebody who was not Sean Combs?
Victims of domestic violence, that their accounts will be taken seriously.
Aaron, thanks. Let's go ahead and bring in a trial attorney and ABC News legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. Brian, we just heard Aaron lay out right there that the defense was hoping for 14 months in credit for time served. The prosecution wanted 11 years. So this is somewhere in the middle. Is this verdict what you expected?
It actually was not what I expected. And this is why I say that.
There are people in prison for weed who are serving longer sentences, which, like, to be clear, that's fucking bullshit. Okay, the lengthy prison sentences for weed is such a miscarriage of, it's such an abomination of the criminal justice system. But just to put into perspective,
probation report said anywhere from 70 to 87 months, much higher than the 50 months that the judge gave. And understand, and I'll try to break down the math as best as I can, the judge understands the math of how this all works. With 50 months in the federal system.
How would you rate the prosecution? I think ultimately the prosecution's fatal mistake was trying to was charging him with RICO and then having that be such a big part of the case. I think they tried to do too much, and I think ultimately it confused the jury. They just didn't believe that Combs was running a criminal operation like this, which then also had an effect on them believing that Cassie and his other victims were trafficked. And so I think they probably thought this was more of a slam dunk. Yeah. Rayans, thank you for the tier 1.
85% of that. So you take away about 8 months or so, that's 42 months. And don't forget that Sean Combs has already been sitting in MDC, the jail here in Brooklyn, New York, for 13 months. So you subtract 13 months even from that, you're looking at something like 2 years, maybe 3 years at the end of the day. The judge knew that and still gave this sentence. I think if you're Sean Combs and his defense team, a hard day, but overall a win for them.
Okay,
Yeah.
Brian, stand by for us. So let's bring in criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor and ABC News legal contributor, Bernarda Villalona. And Bernarda, we've also saw today some emotional testimony. We saw numerous children of Sean Diddy Combs speaking before the court. Combs himself saying that he's a changed man. There was this video that they put together talking about Combs being a family man, his impact on the community. How much of that do you think made a difference here in the judge's decision?
Well, today was definitely Judgment Day for Sean Diddy Combs. So what the judge told Sean Diddy Combs was like, look, in terms of your life work, of all the good you've done, in terms that you're a great father, it doesn't erase what I heard and what I saw during this 8-week trial. And what he heard and saw during this 8-week trial was one of Sean Diddy Combs taking advantage of Jane and Cassie.
Why is it that in our society, why is it that fathers being good fathers, or at least being labeled as such, whether they are or not, just in the fact of being fathers, how about that? Being husbands and fathers is held up as like a shining beacon, as a like, oh, they are morally good for being husbands and fathers. Like, it's a shield. It is not something that is, of course, applied to mothers in the same way. The expectation on women, on mothers. But daddy issues is a common trope because why? And I'm so sick and fucking tired of this. From like Charlie Kirk being whitewashed and lionized because he was a husband and a father to, of course, I understand this is his defense. That was obviously pushing hard on the he's a father, he has children. But I'm so tired of it. I'm just exhausted. I'm exhausted by the fact that rich abusers just have their secrets that are not so secrets kept for decades, that are constantly protected and enabled. I am tired of men who have children, that being seen as like a testament to them being upstanding human beings, of being like morally good because they have children, because they're husbands and fathers. And therefore you should only judge them on that. Like, think about their kids.
By being violent to them, taking advantage of their emotions, having them engage in several sex acts, either by drugs or alcohol or by the manipulation. And the judge sent a message that, yes, you have family, yes, you have people that love you, but Jane and Cassie were victims, and victims should be accounted for, and someone should speak for the victims and deter this type of conduct. And that's why the judge didn't go with the 14th month recommendation by the defense, but instead handed down a sentence of 50 months. 4 years and 2 months to show that this is accountability, this is deterrence, this is protecting the public, and this is what the verdict is going to be today. And when people remember Sean Diddy Combs, they know that he is a convicted felon sentenced to 50 months for his actions throughout a decade on women.
And Aaron, this verdict today follows a 2-month trial, emotional, at times graphic testimony. We saw more of that play out today, at least the emotional part. But we can't forget the victims that were part of this. And there was some other color that played out in the courtroom today. Just walk us through some of the other things that we heard and what you saw.
It was a dramatic sentencing hearing, atypical of what we usually see here in federal court in Lower Manhattan. With the defense presentation lasted for hours. The defense called no witnesses during trial, but his attorneys, 5 of them, effectively acted as character witnesses for Sean Combs, talking about his achievements, how he's influenced them in the community. But the judge said that a lifetime of good works cannot erase his other conduct, and federal prosecutors urged the judge to look at the Cassie video, to consider the violence he inflicted that they said was life-altering for women. Sean Combs himself grew tearful as he turned to his children to apologize for his conduct. He told his mother, "You raised me better," and his children crowded around.
People view fatherhood as an optional challenge that shows character, but motherhood is simply expected, the bare minimum, not worth praise. Yes, I think that's spot on. I think the way that men always receive praise for like basic parenting work that women are just simply expected to do, that it's like, oh, men are praised for babysitting their children. And this is a whole issue in and of itself, right? The expectations that this is something that women are supposed to do. And also, I mean, then we get into the whole like domestic work and the lack of financial support for women who have to bear the burden of domestic work and all that.
Found a microphone at one point, 6 of them, each pleading the judge for his immediate release. His daughters sobbing through their...
It's like Cassie has children. Cassie has children that now she has to worry about not just her safety, but the safety of her children. She is the victim of Sean Combs, who gives a shit that he has kids. In fact, it's disgusting. It's disgusting that he has daughters and he still abused women the way that he did, because men having daughters doesn't stop them from being abusers. How many times is it like, oh, as I hate to, it's like, imagine if that was your daughter. They don't care. They don't care, because being a father doesn't change them from being abusers. It's not a suddenly they have respect for women, that they view them as like having autonomy and as, view them as human beings just because now they have children. Now they have specifically daughters.
Presentation to the judge begging him to give their father a second chance to return him to the family. But you heard the judge say there was a need for deterrence, a need to show victims of domestic violence that their accounts will be taken seriously. That's why he said he imposed a 4-year sentence on Sean Combs. He also did something else, Whit. He added a $500,000 fine. That's the largest amount allowed by the law. But the judge again said it was part of the sum total of Combs's conduct. That's why he deserved it.
And Aaron, I just want to talk a little bit more about the atmosphere around the courtroom. We were looking at images of Combs' children coming in and out of the courthouse, also some helicopter pictures overhead of the crowds that have gathered there. I know throughout the 2-month trial, you saw plenty of crowds out there every single day as this played out. Talk more about the cultural impact here, because as a rap mogul, he touched so many different people in different ways. And the judge actually referenced that today when he was speaking to Combs.
He did, Whit, and he knows the cultural impact of Sean Combs, his pop culture icon.
Okay, also crazy, George Santos got a longer sentence for his financial crimes. Yeah, also the phrasing on that. Nice phrasing. George Santos got 87 months in prison for financial crimes. Sean Combs got 50 months for crimes of sexual violence.
On status, his celebrity, but he also knows what Sean Combs did. And though he was not convicted of crimes of violence, federal prosecutors convinced him that violence was part of his repertoire, repeatedly inflicting it on people like Cassie Ventura, on people like Jane, the pseudonym for another one of his girlfriends who testified here. There are hundreds of people who are out here in Lower Manhattan in front of the courtroom, many of them supporters who were hoping that they would see Sean Combs walk out of those golden doors of the courthouse a free man headed home to Miami, as he said he wanted to go to care for his children and his mother. Many others, detractors, who say that Sean Combs deserved to spend time behind bars because they, like the judge, could not be blind to the very conduct that they saw on that video from 2016 in the Los.
Here's a list of Sean Combs' character reference letters for his federal criminal sentencing. Look at how many there are. Obviously, family members and his children. Dallas Austin, singer-songwriter, Young Miami. Stephen Hill, who's a TV producer, former BET executive. Carl Thomas, former Bad Boy artist. Stevie J, music producer. I will say at least celebrities have seemed to catch on that these letters can be read by the public. So maybe there would have been more notable celebrity names had the trials of, like, say, Danny Masterson and Tory Lanez not reminded celebrities that these letters are not private.
Los Angeles hotel, Combs attacking Cassie. When the sentence was handed down by the judge, Whit, Combs was sitting on his hands, expressionless.
And we know that Combs also submitted a letter to the judge the night before saying that he apologized. He's sincerely sorry for all of the hurt and the pain that I have caused others by my conduct. I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. Let's go back to Brian Buckmeyer because, Brian, we also know that there are a number of civil cases against Combs. Talk to us about the next steps, not only for Combs and how it relates to his time behind bars.
Do you know the other thing that it's like, why would we even consider how someone is behaving when they have no power at the moment, when they have been backed into a corner, versus how they behave when they have all the power in the world? Because Sean Combs behaved in the worst ways possible for decades. Oh, but he said he was sorry, except he didn't even say he was sorry. Did you see he scheduled speaking gigs next week? He was expecting to get no time. I did see that speaking gigs were scheduled.
But how these civil cases.
I mean, I can't wait for the Sean Combs comeback. The Sean Combs, like, you know, him in his comeback, his comeback era.
Could play out.
Yeah, so for the civil
his
cases,
redemption
for the most part, I know
arc.
that when Sean Combs was sentenced, the verdict came down in this case, there were some 60 civil cases that were paused. Because for the
Christian
most part, when you are
right-wing
facing
arc
both criminal
incoming.
and civil cases, you pause a civil because you make the argument that any testimony you give in a civil case could be used against you in a criminal case. That's no longer the issue. So those cases will now be unpaused and they'll proceed as they would have without this criminal case. But from a criminal standpoint, what I'd imagine is the defense are going to file their motions of appeal, making whatever kind of arguments in terms of what the judge did or did not consider to come to this number. But for Sean Combs, he's going back to the Metropolitan Detention Center, or MDC, and he'll probably stay there for the coming weeks. I know these defense attorneys in the Southern District of New York, what typically happens is you're either going to be put in somewhere in Pennsylvania, upstate New York, or New Jersey. But if you do have family, and we saw a lot of mention of his mother who had surgery, she's 83 years old, I would imagine that Sean Combs would make a request to be somewhere close to his family, close to his mother, maybe close to his younger children so that they can visit him frequently. There's going to be a push to try to have him in the best facility and probably the lowest level of security, a light or low level. And we saw mentions of that during the sentencing, that they didn't want certain facts to come in because they didn't want him in a maximum or even medium security prison. So those will be some of the next steps, both criminal and civil.
And Bernarda, from the prosecution's perspective here, obviously they didn't get the conviction on the more serious charges of racketeering and such that they initially went for. And then here they were asking for 11 years in prison. They get 4. How is the prosecution looking at this? And does this verdict send a message to sexual assault suspects?
Yeah, so when you're looking from the prosecution perspective, the prosecution is questioning, is this justice? For those victims, is this justice, this type of sentence, or even the conviction being that Sean Combs was acquitted of the racketeering conspiracy and the sex trafficking? You got to think that the prosecutor stands as the voice of the voiceless, the voice of those victims. And while they're not happy that they only got the conviction on the transportation to engage in prostitution, they still serve as that voice today when they represented the government and the people of the United States inside of that courtroom. So what message does it send, that 50 months, that time of sentence? I think the strongest message is the words that came out of Judge Subramanian's mouth, where he said and talked about these victims, how they were manipulated by Sean Combs, that they deserve a voice, that accountability is expected in this case, and that he will hand out accountability. It's not the 11 years that the prosecution sought, but still is an accountability in the sense that no matter how much money you have, you will still be held accountable in a court of law and will be sentenced according to the guidelines, so below the guidelines in this case.
And Aaron Katersky, the judge, we talked about how the judge had a message to Combs. He did reference the cultural impact that he has had. Also, Combs as an entrepreneur, he referenced what he had done for his community and talking to people. What more did the judge say?
The judge told Sean Combs that his contributions to society were incalculable. And he also said to Combs...
Can Trump pardon him?
Combs, quoting here, Mr. Combs, I know you feel you are in a dark place right now, but these crimes were serious ones. And the judge went on to say to Combs that you and your family are going to get through this. There is light at the end of the tunnel. The judge clearly wanted to express to Combs and his family that he heard their pleas for mercy, their pleas for his immediate release. He said he couldn't do it, but he said there will be time at the end of the term of incarceration where he could make the kinds of contributions to society that Combs swore and others swore on his behalf that he wanted to make. And Whit, if you'll indulge me, I just got a message from Cassie Ventura's attorney, Doug Wigdor, who says...
Yeah, Trump already said that he was considering it. Yeah.
That while nothing can undo the trauma caused by Combs. The sentence imposed today recognizes the impact of the serious offenses he committed. We are confident that with the support of her family and friends, Ms. Ventura will continue healing, knowing that her bravery and fortitude have been an inspiration to so many. An immediate reaction from the attorney for Cassie Ventura, Doug Wigdor. She had written to the judge expressing fear of the hold and sway that she believed Combs still had on her life, with telling the judge that she feared that if he were immediately released, he would immediately go after her and her family after her painstaking testimony over 4 days of trial.
Yes, expressing that fear of retribution if he were to be set free. Brian Buckmeyer, if you could expand more on the impact on
like, imagine Cassie like trying to return to an industry that still has Sean Combs supporters, like people who wrote letters, character letters on his behalf.
Culture and music. And is it possible for somebody like Combs to make a comeback after he's released from prison?
You know, with most people, I would say no. But as I've followed this case, and even in the podcast that we've done here at ABC, Bad Rap, the case against Diddy, if there was ever a person who had the ability to reinvent themselves over the years and change...
Like, really, with the environment, do we really believe there's no chance of Sean Combs having a comeback? I mean, you have fucking Chris Brown, who hasn't even been held accountable whatsoever. We love abusers. And we love to give abusers redemption that they don't deserve. We love it.
The perception of themselves, it would be Sean Combs. And so I think the judge said it best. A lifetime of success and helping people are not going to wash away the horrible acts that we saw. The video of Sean Combs brutally assaulting Cassie in that hotel video will forever be a part of his legacy, whatever it may be. I think in terms of what he did, in terms of bringing a...
Bro, sorry, Donald Trump is a rapist and he's president. Do you think that there aren't people who will happily continue? They're still supporting Sean. There's still people who, look at all these people who wrote fucking letters for him. So I would love to say like, oh, it's over, it's finished. I mean, he will be free. He'll be walking around. He'll still have plenty of money.
Genre of music, as well as a cultural sensation towards rap. And
Kalani and Rina, so am I. Yeah, like I just, the Chris Brown of it all is so, it just flummoxes me. And I think it's a perfect representation of where we're still at. How for the progress that's been made and then the subsequent backlash to that progress, it's like people just, Diddy was abusing for decades and people knew about it. This is only happening because of the lawsuit that Cassie filed and the video of him beating her in the hallway. Let's be so clear here. That was a major part of the prosecution's case, and still it wasn't enough. And like, had that not happened, not even this would have happened then. So for every Sean Combs who's at least been charged and now has been sentenced to 4 years, there are abusers who are still being enabled.
Hip hop and R&B, the people that he has brought to the forefront of the music, as well as business acumen, the people who spoke on his behalf. I think they spoke truthfully about who he was. But this was very much a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, that there was almost two sides to this man, that at least I saw someone who has followed his music from a childhood and also watching this trial. I think the question about what happens now in terms of his impact is, how does he change from this? Are the words that we saw that he put down on that letter for the judge and that he spoke in court truthful, or were they just words in order to evade a greater sentence? I don't know. And I think we're going to have to wait and see what this term of incarceration holds for him, and especially what happens when he's released.
And Bernarda, I also want to get your take on what this potentially means for victims moving forward and feeling empowered to speak. Because we know that one of the witnesses who was actually supposed to read a victim impact statement today bowed out before sentencing occurred. And then we heard from Cassie Ventura there in that statement, her concern for retribution. I just wonder your final thoughts on what you think that this could mean for victims going forward.
Well, it depends. I mean, for most victims, you can see it this way in the sense of that you had a government, you had a prosecutor's office that was willing to go toe-to-toe with a man as powerful as Sean Diddy Combs, who once had the key to the city, and was willing to back up these victims and believed in these victims and what happened to them and was willing to do the fight. But then on the flip side, you can say, well, I can be scared because this man has so much power. Look.
Okay, also, prosecutors don't like losing cases. It's not good for the state, especially high profile cases like this. So the fact that ultimately, like, they did lose, they did. So this idea, like, okay. Prosecutors taking victim statements seriously is already a rarity. We know that. This is why so much sexual violence, so much sexual abuse goes unreported. And even when it's reported, it so rarely actually makes it to this point. So that's a major problem that we have to begin with. And then when a high profile case does not turn into a big victory for the prosecution, it also then discourages them from continuing to take cases like this. And so it's chilling for victims because high profile cases, be it Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, Sean Combs, victims of sexual abuse, they look at this, victims of abuse look at this to see what happens, because if it does not result in justice, it can cause other victims to feel then that there's no hope for them obtaining justice for themselves, and that nobody will care, that there's just not a path forward. But also, as I mentioned, the prosecutorial aspect being that they do rarely pursue charges, that this was a rare case, and namely because of Cassie's lawsuit and the video that, like, just you could not deny the abuse that was on display there. Anyway, I'm just... It's really disheartening.
Someone told their story and the jury didn't find him guilty of all the charges, or the sentence was too low despite of all the horrendous acts that they heard through trial. But in the end, what this story says, what the judge says, is what seals this case in the sense that victims were heard with this sentence.
Bernarda, thank you. Aaron Katersky, we've been talking about the verdict a lot, but just give us a sense of the logistics now. Where does Sean Diddy Combs go from here, and what's the next 24 hours like?
It started with Danny Kane. I want to say, as far as the prosecution's case relied very heavily on Cassie's lawsuit and on that video. So I mean, as far as this case goes, not who was like publicly trying to talk about what Diddy did. But as far as like this then opened up the, opened up like the raid on his home, and just a lot of the case rested on Cassie's testimony, which is why she was the star witness.
The first thing Sean Combs did at the conclusion of court was to pause, to turn toward his family, still seated in the gallery, and look at them as if to say it's going to be okay.
Do you know what his son said, Christian Combs? He said, I'm the one who most resembles my pops, my mannerisms. My whole life, I studied my dad up and down. He's the greatest man in the world, my superhero. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. Well, that's concerning. You see the courtroom sketch? Yeah, at least we have these. At least we have these. Oh my God, just burn in hell. Burn in hell.
I was here at an earlier court hearing last week when Combs was given the opportunity to speak directly to his family after everyone else had cleared out. He told them, whatever happens, it's going to be okay. He will deal with it. This is not the sentence he wanted, but it may have been the one he was expecting with.
Aaron Katursky and the entire team, thanks so much. Once again, Sean Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 50 months for his 2 convictions on prostitution-related offenses, about 4 years. He'll also get that credit for time served. We're going to return you to regular programming. Our coverage will continue on our streaming channel, ABC News Live and abcnews.com. Then we'll have the very latest and a full wrap-up on World News Tonight. I'm Whit Johnson. Have a great day.
We are going to continue following that breaking story. Hi, everyone. I'm Rhiannon Nally in New York. And here on ABC News Live, music mogul Sean Diddy Combs has been sentenced to 4 years in prison on 2 counts of transportation for the purpose of prostitution. So far, he's already spent 12 months behind bars at a Brooklyn detention center, time that will...
Here are people who are publicly backing Diddy ahead of his sentencing. One notable absence, yay, the hip-hop superstar formerly known as Kanye West. The star made a high-profile appearance at the trial in May to show his public support for Diddy, but his name was not signed to any of the letters filed at the court on Monday. I forgot that Kanye showed up. Diddy's mom and kids. I'm sorry, fuck them. Fuck you guys. I just think, like, as if I, like... whatever. I don't care. I don't care about but the family. But no, fuck them kids. Fuck his mom. Fuck them. His struggles with addiction clouded his judgment and led him away from his true path. Nah, fuck you guys. His mother wrote, unfortunately, my son has made some terrible mistakes in his life. Because here's the thing. As a mother, well, I'm not a mother. As a mother, though, I don't think I'm going to apply well, that's her child. Because to call what he did mistakes, I am a mother to Farley. To call what he did mistakes means still not recognizing the abuse that your son, your son, committed against many, many, many women. I think if I did like one murder, my mom would defend me still, but what Diddy did is crazy. It's like, really, that video of him beating Cassie was terrible mistakes. That was a mistake. And you know what you want to know why this pisses me off too? Because of how often abusive men use this, or their defenders use this to wave away their abuse. They call it mistakes. This is the same thing that, same thing with Jonathan Majors. I mean, many such instances of referring to abuse as having committed a mistake. Stupid fucking mistakes, man. And ultimately that this is still a mentality. This is still a protection that's given to abusers that we have not been able to shake from. His mom allegedly taught him that bullshit, supported by childhood friends that came forward. She exposed him to a lot of that lifestyle. Anyway, fuck them. Young Miami, fuck you. One half of the hip hop duo City Girls. In her letter of support, she said he was not a danger or threat to the community and that his children need him. Behind the scenes, he was loving, genuine, supportive, and always encouraging. He motivated me, believed in me, and helped me grow both personally and professionally. Fuck you. Music producers Stevie J and Dallas Austin. Like others, Stevie cited Diddy's financial generosity, claiming the star paid for his father's entire funeral several years ago. He also pointed to the star's personal challenges with anger and drugs, but praised him for trying to become a better person. Another letter came from Dallas Austin, who produced music for Boyz II Men, TLC, Madonna, and other stars. He said he's known Combs for decades, pleaded with the judge to take it easy on his brother. I'm hoping for leniency so he can heal, pray, and seek needed counseling. Fuck you. Stephen Hill. John Them, thank you for the 5 gifted. Unlike many other letters of support, the former longtime BET executive made an unusual pitch to the judge by offering an inside perspective on a legendary moment in hip-hop lore. The 1995 Source Awards, when East Coast, West Coast rivalry was at its peak. Really? This is what you decided to write in your letter? The events of that night when Death Row Records boss Suge Knight dissed Diddy on stage are well known, but Hill offered his unique perspective as an attendee. I was there, and I describe it as the only room I was in where I could feel the air change in the moment, he told the judge. Hill then cited Diddy's response, in which he said the East Coast-West Coast battling needs to stop. Many in hip-hop talk about Suge's words. Puff deserves more recognition for quelling all the angst in the room. No incidents, no tragedy. Fuck you. Stephen Hill. Fuck you. The fact that there are, this is what I mean by this culture of enabling is still so strong, because despite all the evidence, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There are still people who will be like, oh, but he's such a, but his artistry, but he's a great football player. He's a great singer. He's a great actor. Or like, oh, he just made mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Don't they deserve second chances? Not surprised by him due to the amount of self-gloating tributes Diddy got in the last few BET Awards. Label execs, staffers, and more. More than 60 people total sent letters to the judge on Monday, many of whom don't rise to the same high profile as those highlighted above. They come from folks as varied as Chris Hicks, the chief information officer at the parent company of hip-hop record label Quality Control Music, who said he was one of many successful music executives who came up under the influence of Sean Combs. Claudine De Niro, Robert De Niro's ex-daughter-in-law, who says Diddy supported her when a family member went missing after the 9/11 attacks. Oh my God. Oh my God. Diddy supported you when a family member went missing after the 9/11 attacks, so it's okay. What the hell? Sass Smith, a longtime Bad Boy employee in the 90s, Robert Celestin, an attorney who worked at Uptown Records when Diddy got his start, and Carla Lemos, the star's longtime personal chef. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and fuck you. You know, this is why, too, the exploitation in the music industry is still ongoing. Just because Diddy got caught, which, that's not even what happened here. Just because Diddy was momentarily stopped, these are lawyers, these are executives, these are staffers, these are producers, these are artists. This is across the music, across the spectrum of positions in the music industry. Where it's this is the culture of abuse. This is the enabling. Too great to fail. Yeah. So everyone who was on payroll, And who hopes that, I guess, they can continue to stay on payroll.
Will be factored into his sentence. After Combs made his final plea to the court, the presiding judge over the case said, quote, "A history of good works cannot wash away the record in this case." For more now, ABC News' Rena Roy is outside that courthouse, and ABC News legal contributor and criminal defense attorney Bernarda Villalona both join us. Rena, before Combs was sentenced, he actually apologized to Cassie and another victim who testified against him using a pseudonym named Jane. What has been the reaction outside to this sentence?
Well, Rhiannon, I can tell you that Cassie Ventura's attorney just released a statement on behalf of her just a couple of moments ago, and I'll read it here. While nothing can undo the trauma caused by Combs, the sentence imposed today recognizes the impact of the serious offenses he committed. We are confident that with the support of her family and friends, Ms. Ventura will continue healing, knowing that her bravery and fortitude have been an inspiration to so many. And we know from our teams that were inside the courtroom as the sentencing was handed down. Combs sat there expressionless with his hands clasped. Moments later, he turned to his family sitting in the gallery, his 7 children and his mother, to look at them momentarily before he's taken away. And this sentence, as we know, is much more than the defense team had been asking for. They wanted time served, essentially, 14 months. So he would have gone home potentially by the end of the year. And it's much less, as we know, than the prosecution had asked for. They had been asking for more than 11 years. The judge said that he decided on this amount of time because he wanted to send a message that violence against women is not acceptable. And these women, their stories need to be listened to, Rhiannon.
Rena, thank you. Let's bring in ABC News chief investigative correspondent Aaron Katurba.
Really, because after all of this, I feel like violence against women is acceptable. I do feel like that is still the... I feel like that's still the vibe here.
Aaron has been following this case since the very beginning. We just heard that statement from Cassie Ventura. Aaron, what else are you hearing? What was the reaction from Diddy and his family who were in the courtroom when this came down?
Sean Combs sat on his hands expressionless as the sentence was imposed by Judge Arun Subramanian. And when it was over and the courtroom was starting to clear out, Combs turned toward his family. He said, "I'm sorry and I love you." And that was a message that Combs had said in his allocution to the court. He turned from the judge of whom he asked mercy and turned toward his family seated in the gallery, Rhiannon, telling them that I'm sorry, mentioning his children, each of them by name. And he began to cry as he told his mother, "You raised me better. You taught me better."
Maybe she didn't. Look, he's responsible for his actions ultimately. But maybe Mama Combs didn't.
Combs did not want this sentence. He was hoping to walk out today with time served. But this may have been the sentence he was expecting, as he had previously told his family, whatever happens.
Oh, it's also just so shitty because I feel like I've barely seen it. Like, this just barely made a blip. Right? Like on my timeline, hardly anyone even talking about this.
Deal with it. And some of his attorneys had been prepared for an incarceratory sentence. Now, 4 years, he'll get credit of a year for time served, a $500,000 fine. But the judge told him there is light at the end of the tunnel, that he can eventually become the kind of person outside of prison that he says he's committed toward becoming, a harbinger for the community, somebody who will take care of his mother and his children and be an example to the world.
Aaron, thank you for that. Bernarda, the prosecution wanted an 11-year sentence citing Combs' violence, but the judge called that unreasonable. And as we've mentioned, sentencing him instead to 50 months in prison, 5 years of supervised release, and that fine that Aaron just mentioned of $500,000. I want to ask first if you're surprised by this sentence.
I'm not surprised by the sentence. Well, I'll take it back. I'm surprised in the sense that the judge did not go forward with the recommendation of probation where the guidelines were 70 to 87 months. That's what I was expecting the sentence to be, given that there were so...
But as the judge said, he's like, no, that's not going to be accountability. Accountability is me saying, Sean Combs, what we saw in the courtroom was reprehensible, and that's me speaking these words now is the accountability
facts that were heard throughout this trial, and also that probation requested that. So in terms of what the prosecution asked for, I think the 11 years was excessive, and I was a prosecutor for 16 years, and I can tell you that it was excessive given everything that we heard. Of course, no amount of time is going to change the facts or what happened to Jane or to Cassie or to the other people that suffered under the hands of Sean Combs. However, these 50 months.
I feel like 10 years ago, this would have been main story for weeks, but the world's gone crazy. It just feels like people either just exhausted, they don't care. I don't know.
Send a message in the sense of deterrence, of accountability, of rehabilitation, in terms of giving a voice to the victims that they will be heard in a court of law and no one is above the law.
And Bernardo, we heard from our friend Brian Buckmeyer, another former attorney. He was mentioning that 50 months or about 4 years, of course, they'll take off the time he's already served. And then he mentioned something about he'll only serve about 85% of that. Can you break this down? Because that math means should only be in jail for maybe a little over 2 more years. Is that right?
Yeah, so when we're talking about a federal sentence and the type of crime that Sean Combs was found guilty of, yes, he was sentenced to 50 months. But when it comes to federal sentencing and that type of crime, he does 85% of the time of the sentence that he's been given. Aside from 85% of the time of the sentence, he will get credit for each and every day that he has served. Now, he's been in custody since September of 2024, so a little bit over a year. So he'll get credit for that time as well. So we're looking at, in terms of the math, we're looking about 2 more years or so.
Thank you so much, Bernarda and Rena Roy, for that. ABC News contributor and senior entertainment reporter Kelly Carter is joining us now to talk more about this. Kelly, what have you seen on social media? What's been the reaction so far to this sentencing?
Yeah, you know what? Doing a cursory look right after everyone got the news, everyone kind of thinks that this is another example of wealth and celebrity maybe minimizing what maybe your average civilian might have gotten, you know, if they found themselves sitting in court. I think people expected him to get a longer sentencing. And that seems to be what, you know, everyone is saying on X and on Threads and on Facebook when I just took that cursory look right in the aftermath of that sentencing coming down.
And we know Diddy has come back from scandals in the past. He's really built, this before this whole trial and all these accusations. He was such an icon of hip hop. He did so much for the Black community. What do you think lies ahead for his business empire after this?
I mean, you know, let's see. Sean Combs, and certainly not to make light of anything that he's been stood accused of, has been the king of the remix. You know, as you said, like
I feel like that's debatable.
He's been able to somehow recreate
like that
himself
is debatable.
Over the years, and I don't know that this is going to be one of those opportunities. I think that there probably are a lot of people that he used to do business with that may not feel comfortable working with him in the future. And, you know, one thing that he said today is that he really wants to be an example. He wants to get a second chance, and he wants to.
I think, in fact, Diddy really embraced the Black Excellence title given to capitalist billionaires like Jay-Z and Sean Combs.
Do talks and talk to people. And so maybe that's what his next chapter, ultimately will become. We'll see.
And what about his family? Do you see a way for them to perhaps continue his business empire without him at the forefront? Could that be a possibility?
I mean, it remains to be seen. We know at least one of his sons obviously released.
Did merely being a rich Black person has done nothing for the Black community. We need to really think about the fact that a Black person becoming president or a Black person becoming a billionaire is not overall a win for Black people.
He's like towards the tail end of the trial and, seems to have a foothold in that world. But he also was someone who worked in the world of fashion and spirits and so on and so on. So let's see who might step up and kind of take the lead if that's what is going to happen.
Have they stayed out of the limelight for the most part, the family? Or what do you think where did they go from here?
I feel like they're going to be advocates for trying to, get him out. They're going to be part of his redemption story, I think, and probably trying to keep that legacy alive, or at least try and focus on some of the positives and all of the things that he did to the community, these accusations aside.
Kelly Carter, thank you so much for breaking down that aspect for us. And back to the other breaking news this hour. It has been a busy day here. Hamas has agreed in principle to a ceasefire proposed by President...
And back to Hamas. I'm sorry. That was funny, though. And now, Hamas. Wow. All right. Okay. Back to your regularly scheduled talking about how Hamas just needs to return these hostages. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. I just is the all the things that Diddy did for the Black community in the room with us. Oh man. Anyway, I just wish nothing but peace and safety and a path forward for Cassie, for Jane, for everyone whose lives Diddy did his best to try and destroy. And I'm tired. I'm very tired of this world we live in, where money and power go hand in hand, and that monsters of this type are just roaming around. And even in the rare instance that they are momentarily stopped, like, people just can't wait to start talking about redemption. There's nothing that we love more than immediately talking about redemption for someone who has shown not being worthy of an ounce of said redemption. Redemption needs to be, first of all, earned. It is not just given out. Do you think in an ideal world with a justice system that actually produced justice for victims, a 4-year sentence would be appropriate? Do you think this illustrates the role that money has even in our justice system? I think in an ideal world, someone like Sean Combs wouldn't have been allowed to get away with what he did for as long as he did. Just starting there, you know? Because this is where a major aspect of the issue lies, is the fact that being rich and powerful like Combs is gave him the ability to do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. Repent. I mean, as far as like the justice system producing justice for victims, I think broadly the fact that it's very rare for sexual abuse to even be prosecuted, and how it just, I don't know. I mean, I think even the question of justice for crimes of this nature, you know, for crimes of sexual violence, it's like what that does to the victims, how just the physical and psychological and mental violation. I mean, it's hard for me to answer your question because it's like we have to tear down a whole ass society, a whole ass world that like has normalized that violence. You know, we're talking about this violence being so embedded into embedded into every aspect of our society, of it being, you know, systemic. And just how we still reside in a culture that normalizes rape and yeah, it feels like the punishment can't even fit the crime. You know, and all the Epstein shit, it's like, again, another person who, I mean, it's he was doing this for a long time. And even when he got caught, he was given a very nice sweetheart plea deal and then got to continue on committing his bevy of abuses and crimes. And now how their powerful people are still trying to do their best to make this go away, right? It's like they covered this shit up when he was alive and they're still trying to cover it up when he's dead. Especially the violence towards Black women. I mean, yeah, it's like just a lot of layers to this violence. And so I don't know. I mean, it's something that it weighs on me all the time. And obviously I cover a lot of these high profile cases of this nature. And every time I feel like it hardens me and it makes me feel even more cynical. And I'm trying, I try not to be cynical about it, but it's really hard not to be. And I just see how there's so many examples of this, right? Even if it's not someone who's like on the level of a Weinstein or an Epstein or a Combs, that there is just this pervasiveness and how also because of kind of the weighing someone else's abuse versus like holding that up and going, well, they're not Harvey Weinstein, which is bad. But I see that a lot too, of it's like, man, even when we have the big bads, the lack of justice and accountability, it's like, and those are the big bads that everyone else is then held up to. And it's like, oh, well, they're not as bad as them, so it's totally fine. How do you take care of yourself with all this going on? Oh, I mean, I can't, if I just start going too deep down the dark path of, oh my God, this is just such a violent world, and we just have normalized so much violence. Like I start to lose my mind. So distractions, I think, trying to pull myself out of just complete despair. I also try to find instances of good You know, I try to find like when I see women in Ireland like rising up and protesting the government's cover up of abuse, or like pushing for legislation, or like the support, all the women who came out during the trial, during Conor McGregor's rape trial, and all the support that was given to his victim. So, solidarity, that kind of thing, I try to cling on to. I try to cling on to people who I see like trying to fight against this stuff as well. So, I don't know. Anyway. The Canadian hockey player's story is so fucking disturbing. All those motherfuckers should be behind bars. There isn't a country that has a real system of justice for crimes like this. The systems aren't in place. It's so pervasive. That story was so awful. I know. I remember reading that and just going, I know exactly how this is going to go. There was no question about what happened, but yeah, it was just the same old like, oh, she consented to it. She just felt embarrassed and shameful afterwards, and so she lied about it. And the way the perpetrators are humanized while the victims are not makes me so furious. The whole comment from the judge on how important Combs was for the industry reminds me a lot of the film industry's reaction to Polanski. Yes, that it is still this holding up of great men who have accomplished a lot, right? Be it in politics, as as artists, and how we have this culture of worshiping these kinds of men, but like in particular, who we view as great men, but we don't consider all of their victims who never had the opportunity to reach those heights because of the harm that was caused to them. Yeah. What about Brooke Turner's swimming career? What about, it's always the considerations for the life of the person who committed the abuses, and not for the person who was abused, not like what that did to them, what that will continue to do to them. Because if you think that like it begins and ends with the instance of abuse, of violence taking place, no, it doesn't. The psychological damage, the physical harm. I mean, I remember reading about women that Harvey Weinstein had victimized, not just the ones who we know, like the famous, the actresses, but people who worked for him, people who were employees, and how so many of them ended up leaving the industry, that they had dreams too, right? They moved out to Los Angeles, New York, wherever. And they had all these aspirations. And then he did what he did, and was allowed to do so. And the lasting effects that had on their lives, on women who ended up just entirely leaving the entertainment industry because they could no longer do it, either due to fear of retribution, being blacklisted, or because it just totally shattered all their dreams that they had of working in the film industry. It's never about the victim's potential in life and the damage they suffered. And so this is something that as individuals, we can fix. We can as individuals understand how this is always the prevailing mindset of like the considerations towards the person who committed harm to their life. And when you understand this and when how you understand how this contributes then to the culture of abuse, like actively working to understand why that's wrong and to then change it, right? To change your mindset, to change your, if you know, your instincts are to think about, well, this, you know, well, but they are really good at singing, right? That's something that like each of us has to do in order to create a shift in our society. Evilly, thank you for the 6 months. She-weesh, thank you for the tier 1. Anyway, I send love and support and solidarity to anybody who's ever been hurt in the ways that we've been speaking about. And I know that it is something that you carry those scars with you, but it also, you know, a lot of people work to make it so it doesn't define them, and to be able to live, to be able to continue living past that. And yeah. All right. Well, let's do something fun. Let's do something fun.
Hills becoming unknown. If you want to understand...
Okay. All right. I think we are... I don't know what I walked into, but we were just covering the Sean Combs sentencing news. Silent Hill feels like a good way to process our collective despair. Yeah, talk about a game that deals with trauma. Talk about a game that's like, oh, trauma? Yeah, we're going to turn this into a nightmare. Your trauma in the form of a nightmare.
Like tomorrow. Happy birthday, Sarah.
Hey, it's her birthday.
Are you excited? Do you like a birthday?
30. I turned 30.
Look at you.
Yeah. They kicked me out of Young Hollywood.
And do they call you and say it's over?
Yeah,
they're like, you're out of Young Hollywood.
You're out of Young Hollywood. And then I go host a QVC show.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but it's really amazing.
So basically you tune in and it's just this spinning around.
It's like, please buy my ice cream, it's melting, it's melting.
Oh no, that is not a good QVC show.
No, I'm in trouble.
But it's your birthday too coming up.
Yes, it is.
Like tomorrow. Happy birthday, Sarah.
Oh my God. Her hair is so cute, by the way. I wish I could pull off something like that. I think I would look like an extra from Annie with a haircut like that, but she looks so cute. I've run into her in a coffee shop once. She's so sweet. She is someone that I would love to get drinks with. I would love to get drinks with. I feel like she's the kind of person that you go to dinner with and it's like a 5-hour dinner. She has the Amelie hair. Yeah, but it looks good on her. Okay. I didn't realize it's already 10 o'clock. Wow. Time has felt weird tonight. Time has felt weird. I was going to finish the horror video, but maybe I do that next time because I kind of just want to get into some Silent Hill. Just go right into gaming. Still have not seen one battle after another yet. How much is left in the video game video? I think it's like an hour left. So, anywho, it's time for Friday night gaming. Okay. It's Friday night. We're gaming. So it's a thing that I have now decided is a thing. Friday Night Gaming. Oh, but the title. Oh, like there haven't been times that I have not finished talking everything that I put in my title. Sometimes I like to lie a little bit. Sometimes I like to put things in my title that I then don't end up doing, you know? Keep it fun. Keep it fun. Okay, no, I want to play some Silent Hill F. So that's what I'm going to do. Friday Night Gaming. And if you don't like it, then too bad. This horror video, the horror video is, I think it's probably the longest that anyone has ever reacted to a video. They're calling it the longest react of all time. Can you recommend me a horror movie? Sure. Have you seen Red Rooms? Or have you seen Bring Her Back? That one came out this year. Also, what was that little Irish horror movie that came out? Was it last year, I think? Oddity. Yeah. I think Oddity's a good little watch. I think Autopsy of Jane Doe is a good one too, if you've never seen that. What else? Is there anything in there you haven't seen? Sadly, this game is woke. What game? Found a strong contender for the worst YouTube comment of all time. Anti-natalist, anti-marriage, misandrist dog shit. Oh my God.